A ver los recursos. 3:45. Aquí 35, 46. ¿No juego en ningún momento? A ver, ¿qué onda, Simón? Uno es de flojera. Level 1, Mouth o 1 Rom Yusha. 2-3, no hay mucho que decir. Pastelero y se cae. 2-3, no hay mucho que decir. Yomiro Danshi wa Genji Tsushugisha. Soy con Royal Rank R. Y este es de los popularchones. Primer capítulo aburrido. Ahorita los otros capítulos para algo es popularchón. Aparte ya es segunda temporada, ¿no? Solo quiero decirte, Sagos, que esa es serie de las que le gustan a cierto pana que debe dinero por ahí. Está para pensarse eso, ¿no? Esa sí es muy realista, pero la de el pana gordito que ya no es gordito, esa no, está mal. Mal, mal, mal. Nada más digo. Está para pensarse, la verdad, ¿no?
Staff assigned.
¡Uah! 2 horas.
Please select landing zone confirmed.
Digo, sí están pues 2-3, ¿no? Pero pues bueno. Marco nos mintió. ¡Ay, Dara! Heaven's divine. When heaven's divine. Tarara. Ajá, ajá. Sí. Sí. Puras pérdidas.
Please select a
Hay que
mission.
meternos en...
Mission accepted. Heading to Afghanistan.
Llevo... Se me lo sé.
Deploying.
Deploying. Tu, tu, tu. Tururú, tu, tu. Tururú, tururururu.
reinforcement system by putting a hole in their base-to-base comms network. Head for the Eastern Communications Post and destroy its comms equipment. First, use the binoculars to locate the communications equipment at the facility.
Sí, que sí. Cara, cuando me choco el primer capítulo revelando todo el misterio y teorías de Fitz. Bro. O sea que ya lo revelaron. ¿Quién es Fitz? Ah, mira. No. Digo, es bastante obvio, ¿no? Pero...
Be careful down there, boss.
Map has been updated.
Aún así, muy mal, muy mal. Anda Sonic. Esas sombras todas serruchadas, bro.
Clouds approaching.
Full serrucho esas sombras. Muy bien. A poner los audios, pues. Full audio gaming. Sí las vi, Saúl, sí las vi. Bastante chusco. Ya lo escuchamos todos, ¿no? Supongo.
So SALT II still hasn't gone into effect. That treaty was drawn up to limit not just the size of the U.S. and Soviet Union's nuclear arsenals, but also their delivery systems. The whole deal. Just when we thought all those years of negotiations had paid off, somebody decides to invade Afghanistan. The timing couldn't have been worse.
The president was in the middle of the SALT II talks back then.
You mean while you were busy trying to stop Peace Walker? I heard. President Ford was meeting with the General Secretary in Vladivostok. In his absence, the political brass in America detected what they didn't realize was false nuclear launch data from Peace Walker, and were on the verge of ordering a retaliatory nuclear strike.
Coleman's big idea? Humans are incapable of destroying themselves. Turns out he never knew what humans are capable of.
If that AI, the boss, hadn't found a way to stop the fake data transmission, they probably would have gone ahead with the launch.
Deterrence was revealed as the pipe dream it was.
All thanks to you. And her. The U.S.-Soviet talks looked set to fall through. What happened in Nicaragua no doubt helped trigger a change of heart. But in the end...
The time's to find the politics. When you've grabbed their tail, they turn and bite your hand.
I first met you 20 years ago now. The place was Selenouyarsk in the Soviet Union. We were enemies. I was with the GRU. You were still fighting for America. 1964. Operation Snake Eater. Its objective? The assassination of the legendary soldier known as the Boss. When you returned home successful, they awarded you the title Big Boss.
Big Boss.
Your CO, Zero, sought to carry on the boss's will by covertly establishing his own organization. You knew the original members from Operation Snake Eater. From America, there was David O, or as he was to you, Major Zero. Donald Anderson, aka Sigint. Dr. Clark, who went by paramedic during the operation. And the fourth, you. From China, there was Eva. And me, Ocelot, from the Soviet Union. 6 in total. To us, government notions of friend and foe were meaningless. As were East and West. We joined forces by our will alone. Our objective was to fulfill the boss's dying wish, to make the world one. And to do it, Zero used the Philosopher's Legacy, the secret war fund you obtained during Operation Snake Eater. This organization would go on to become Cypher. I, on the other hand, was left with a problem. You only recovered half of the legacy. I had to locate the other half myself. When I found the funds, I passed them on to Zero, just as you wanted.
I still trusted him in those days.
We thought what he was doing was the boss's will, until he started that one project.
Les enfants terribles, Zero called it.
Development project.
You parted ways,
Added.
as did Eva, leaving only Anderson and Clark still with him. I maintained limited contact, although truth be told, we were just keeping tabs on one another. The reason was always you. After you returned to the Army and created Foxhound, you left America. For a time, even I'd lost track of you. I'd imagine Zero
De
did
hecho,
too.
Sonic.
You always were the best when it came to hide and seek. Zero created Cypher, an information network to tap into every corner of the globe. Woven together, Cypher's arteries make the world just one big organism, and that's not all. It also monitors the thorn in Zero's side. That's you, tracking your coordinates wherever you might go. The further you strayed from your roots, the larger Zero became. It's as if he was trying to close the gap between you. But before long, he disappeared from public life. Only a few people had direct contact with him. For a time, I was one of them. Then a year after you fell into your coma, he slipped out of sight entirely. Since then, nothing.
The map has been
No
updated.
photos, no recordings, not even a reliable rumor as to his whereabouts. I tried every method I could think of, but Zero was gone. Freed of his control, his creation, his power continued to grow. Cypher is a great beast, and Zero was its spine. But even without him, it's endured, evolved. But now its body is rotting, riddled with parasites. Parasites like the ones who attacked you 9 years ago in the Caribbean, and then at the hospital. Cypher's Black Ops Unit, XOF. They learned where you were, and came to wipe the slate clean.
Dun-dun. Dun-dun.
Enemy presence detected. The map
Christmas
has been
Eve,
updated.
1979. The Soviet Union rolled into Afghanistan.
You have arrived.
Muslims have
You
revolted
made it.
against the Soviet
First, use the binoculars to locate the communications equipment at the facility.
painted themselves, so the Soviets went in to intervene. Christmas Eve, 1979.
199.
The Soviet Union rolled into Afghanistan. Muslims had revolted against the Soviet-friendly regime established the year before. The DRA forces could no longer contain it themselves, so the Soviets went in to intervene. The Afghan government was powerless and fraught with infighting. They lost the hearts and minds of the people, and that alarmed the Soviet leadership. With the Islamic Revolution happening in Iran, the Soviets felt they had to act fast or risk the spread of Islamic revivalism. A superpower, sending a motorized rifle division against men on horseback with antique rifles. Everyone thought it'd be over in an instant, only it wasn't. Some Muslims made their fight a jihad, a holy war, and began a guerrilla campaign on all fronts. A war of attrition. These fighters call themselves Mujahideen. They're being supported by the West through Pakistan. That's why
¿Cuál es
Miller
Pat?
was
No
involved.
sé.
He was training them
Al
near the
andar de
Zero
sim, como
Line,
dices.
sponsored by the CIA. The war has become a nightmare for the Soviet troops stationed here. They thought they'd be headed home in 6 months at the most. Then a year passed. 2 years. Now here we are 4 years on with no exit in sight. Afghanistan, has become the Soviet Union's Vietnam. The Soviet troops on the ground want to go home, but at least they have homes to go back to. The Afghans have lost theirs. The Soviets destroy the kishlaks, villages, wherever they can. They burn down homes and fields, fill in wells, turn pastures into minefields. It's created a mass of refugees who fled to Pakistan. If the Mujahideen are fish swimming around the villages, the Soviets will go so far as to dry out their ocean. But this has had a big price. There's bitter resentment among the Afghans, and they're taking out their anger on the soldiers on the front lines. Among the Mujahideen and the Pashtun people, they're fiercely devoted to their code of Badal, or revenge. Soviets they've captured have had their hands, feet, and noses cut off before being left to die at the side of the road, just to show their comrades what they're capable of. Friendlies who come across them can do nothing but put them out of their misery. Then they burn down another village in retaliation. And the cycle of vengeance goes on. This war, the Kremlin never expected to have this much trouble against the Mujahideen. Afghanistan is a tribal society. Tradition demands that its people stand up to any outsiders who set foot on their land. With the honor of their people at stake, they have everything to fight for. No matter how hard the Soviets hit them, they continue to appear out of nowhere, striking back, then vanishing again. But there's one thing even the Mujahideen fear. Every last one of them. The Soviet gunships. They're highly maneuverable and equipped with massive firepower. Plus, the underside of the fuselage is heavily armored. The Mujahideen can barely scratch them with their small arms. Anyone who hangs around gets mowed down by the gunship's heavy machine guns. This new honeybee weapon that was given to the Hamid fighters, it's no doubt something to help them strike back against the gunships, which makes it a weapon that could change the course of the war. Those guerrilla fighters known as Mujahideen don't actually belong to a single organization. Afghanistan is a multi-ethnic country. You've got the Pashtuns, the Tajiks, Uzbeks, Hazaras, and each of them is split into their own tribes, large and small. Each ethnicity has several rebel organizations that their various tribes gather under. They're united under the banner of jihad. That doesn't mean they work like a single standing army. Just look at the area around Smasi Fort. A lot of Tajiks used to live there, but they fled after the Soviets started their scorched earth campaign. With the area uninhabited, the Hamid fighters, who are Pashtun, decided to move in. The Hamids are based out of the city of Peshawar. We passed through it on the western edge of Pakistan. The Pashtun people have long lived in Afghanistan and western Pakistan. They used to travel back and forth frequently. Then Britain went and established the border that still stands today. The Hamid fighters get generous support from the Pakistani government. The government wants to use them to secure influence over Afghanistan. Their liaison with the Hamids is Inter-Services Intelligence, and behind the ISI, you have the CIA. That's probably how the honeybee ended up in the hands of the Hamid men. I had the R&D team analyze the honeybee. How? The CIA wanted it with everything intact. They took it apart to look at it. Then they put it back together. Everything intact. That's the R&D boys, all right. Turns out the honeybee's homing capabilities are a cut above previous manpads. It can detect a broad range of infrared wavelengths and even ultraviolet for supplementary guidance. Hence the name, huh? Right. Honeybees rely on UV light to fly. With this device, flares don't do the target any good. That's why the Soviets are losing so many gunships. And why the CIA was so desperate to get it back. It wasn't just about preventing the Soviets from devising countermeasures. What if the likes of Iran got their hands on it? American aircraft would be put at risk too. We can use this tech to develop our own portable missile. That'll give us a huge advantage.
It'll take a little time before the analysis results can be applied to actual implementation. But we'll keep moving with the research.
Sí, Nat. Es
Guys,
importante, ¿eh?
What about the unit that attacked us in the mist?
Shortly.
You knew something about them.
That wasn't my first run-in with them. It happened right before I was captured by the Soviets. We were on the Zero line that day, the Afghan side, on our way back from training the Mujahideen at a mountain camp in Kunar province. There's a lot of that work in Afghanistan. Most PFs shy away from it because it draws too much attention. But for us,
Caution.
that was the whole
Enemy
point.
storm approaching.
The job itself went great.
Enemy presence
We just had to make it
detected.
back to a
The
tribal
map
area
has
in
been
Pakistan.
updated.
But all of a sudden, visibility got real bad. It was no sandstorm. Our point man gave this strange report. He said he could see skulls in the mist.
Skulls.
The next moment, he went silent. We scrambled into formation, right before his arms and legs came raining down on us. It was always supposed to be a dangerous mission, so I had Diamond Dog's very best with me. We were calling out to each other. But one by one, their voices just went dead. Whatever happened to me, I lost consciousness before I knew it. When I came to, I was in a Soviet camp, tied to an interrogation chair.
Could they be some new Spetsnaz unit?
No. The ones that interrogated me were just the average rank and file. Whatever group attacked us, the way they moved was just insane.
The map
And
has
that
been
mist,
updated.
appearing out of nowhere. The Soviets don't have tech like that.
If they did, Ocelot would have heard about it.
I doubt the West does either. Otherwise, the folks at Langley would be sleeping a lot easier.
The map has been
Why'd they come after
updated.
you?
Wish I knew.
Que se
I'm the
vean las
only one who
nalgas, ¿no?
survived. Though I don't think they planned it that way. If I was their target, they wouldn't have just handed me over to the 40th Army. Whatever the case, we need to watch our step until we know who they really are. And boss, if you ever do run into them again, don't try to take them on. You just get the hell out of there. When I first started dealing with Zero, with Cypher, it was a somewhat parasitic relationship. Though, a mutually beneficial one. Cypher had no army of their own, so they wanted us. They wanted our strength. They approached me as a potential business partner.
But they had other motives.
Cypher coaxed us into Central America, into that US-Soviet proxy war, to fuel Mother Base's growth. Once we were big enough, they'd force us to join them. That was the plan.
That's why they had Paz still Zeke.
Right. And if we refused, she would use Zeke to fire a nuke from Mother Base. The world would consider us a liability, and countries would unite to destroy us.
We stopped the launch.
And yet they still took us down. Through that fake inspection they orchestrated to cover up their sabotage. That power Cypher wanted. We don't have it anymore. So why are they still after you? Is it just the fear of leaving you alive?
I don't know. Was Zero really... All I know is the man I knew wouldn't want this.
What do you mean?
We have to consider that it might not be Zero we're dealing with.
We know virtually nothing about Cypher anymore. How big they've gotten, what they want, or even who they really are. The new Mother Base started out as a test drilling rig operated by a mineral resources supplier, but their project fell through. The Seychelles government was happy to hand the place over to us. It was just scrap on stilts. So with a few dummy construction companies set up as fronts, we started renovating the half-finished rig. From the outside, it looked like the project was back on rails.
Kaz, you...
What?
I see what you're doing. Recreating the Mother Base we had 9 years ago. Only this time.
That's right. The Mother Base Cypher thought they destroyed will return from the grave to kill them. We'll prove to the world that we were the victors.
And if we lose again?
They can't fool us the same way twice. Now our enemies are in plain sight. And when our organization gets too big, we split it across companies. Any company that draws attention gets liquidated, and its capital is back-channeled into a new company. Most PFs are small-time operations anyway. And in this business, the minnows go bankrupt all the time. We've never aroused suspicion. Plus, we have Hewick.
Hewick?
Human Exploitation Company. It's a business specializing in intel gathering. Think of it as a civilian intelligence agency.
Kaz, that's...
Remember what they were trying to accomplish at the prison facility in Cuba? That gave me the idea. We dispatch moles into conflict zones around the world, and each sets up an intel network on site. Then they stay in place to give us stable points of contact when other nations intervene in the conflicts. Hewick's strength is that it has a cutout at each level. You get your job from one guy, then you hand it off to another. No one has direct access. It's a perfect black box. Hewick members also work their way into the superpowers intelligence agencies to make sure Diamond Dogs gets work. We have those countries by the balls. That's our deterrent when we need it.
Networking? In the intelligence community?
Sure, that's how we've grown this far. And when you go out on missions, intel from Hewick will be there to back you up. But despite all that, Cypher has its eyes on us. The only reason I'm not dead is that they needed to know where you were. Figured if you woke up, I'd go straight to you.
That's why you made that ruckus at the Zero line.
And that is.
Yeah, to make their own surveillance work against them. I think it took some of the heat off Cyprus.
Kaz.
Then I just had to wait for you to save me. And I've gotten used to waiting.
Kaz.
That's not all. It was a good chance
Kaz.
to scout the market. And with the West wanting the Soviets out of Afghanistan, their agencies are bursting at the seams with funding. Boss, let's start by building up our Afghan presence.
Why put Mother Base in the Seychelles?
We're at the center of the world here.
We're all the way out in the Indian Ocean.
Come on. Lebanon, Sri Lanka, East Timor, and Africa. From here, our reach extends to conflict zones the world over, including Afghanistan, of course.
So it's prime real estate for a mercenary.
Exactly. Latin America isn't as close as I'd like, but we have Amanda and her people to help in that department. And besides, the Seychelles government owes us a favor.
Owes us.
The Seychelles has strong ties to the east, which the West wanted to shake up. It came to a head 3 years ago in an attempted coup. It was a force of South African mercenaries with U.S. backing behind the scenes. They were only platoon size, but South Africa is home to some heavy PFs, too much for the Seychelles to handle. In the end, they accepted help from the Tanzanian army and quelled the coup. We set up the deal and handled on-site tactical instruction. That led to some training work for the Seychelles military. And when we put down a mutiny within their forces, well, we made a lot of people happy. They don't pay us. They just let us have a piece of their offshore territory on the promise we'll come running if something else happens.
So we're bodyguards, too.
It's a good setup. We can only take Mother Base so far here. We'll have to find somewhere else when this place starts getting big.
Aren't you being a little hasty?
Nothing hasty about it. You're back with us now.
So, Kaz, the ship that took us from Cyprus, it used to be a whaler.
Yeah, a Japanese vessel. How was the voyage?
It was
The map has been updated.
stimulating.
Well, she was part of a whaling fleet up until a few years ago. Her displacement isn't anything to write home about, but she can really move. She still had plenty of life left in her, but then the work dried up. Global opposition to whaling has been mounting for years.
Is that right?
The push to ban it has been gaining traction for a little over a decade. Individual species came under protection as the years went on, and then 2 years ago the IWC adopted a moratorium on commercial whaling. Several countries, including Japan, fought it to the bitter end. But eventually most whaling companies had no choice but to throw in the towel. You ever tried whale snake?
Can't say that I have.
When I was a kid in Japan, practically everybody ate it.
That good, huh?
The country was poor in those days, and whale was cheap. International opinions changed since then. In any case, that's why we were able to get a bargain price on the ship. Of course, we did end up spending 5 times the purchase price in modifications. We had to really work to fit in all the ESM and communications gear while keeping the whaler look intact. Right now she's going around conducting SIGINT missions. In the future, we plan to use her as a communications relay base between you and Mother Base, and also as a chopper resupply vessel. Diamond Dogs. The word diamond originally comes from the Greek adamas. It means indomitable, unyielding. Other words for the stones often mean eternal bond, fortitude, or purity. The same is true of the Star of Bethlehem flowers you laid on the boss's grave. They represent innocence, as well as chastity, yielding to no man while maintaining one's virtue. In other words, staying loyal to something.
Los dijo.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
The map has been updated. Me cambió el audio. Los audios, perdón.
Ocelot said the number of private forces is increasing, and they modeled themselves after us.
They're a far cry from the likes of us.
But why? 9 years ago, we made enemies of the world as a nuclear-equipped force, independent of ideology or state.
Yes. Sooner or later, the real UN would have stepped in.
So why are they giving these PFs free reign?
That's our fault, too.
What do you mean?
What happened 9 years ago was a real problem for a lot of people. An organization as big as ours, with our facilities, was wiped off the map. Not an easy thing to hide. But if our existence came to light, so would the names of our clients. We had contracts all over, east and west, from superpowers to banana republics, the lot. Our clients denied all association with the likes of
Mira,
us.
toma a perder la
We
facha
had
a
to make
los
sure things didn't
Te
blow
dejó
up
crecer
on
el
them.
pelo.
But at the same time, they missed us. They really missed us. The demand for armies for hire was as strong as ever. The international community turned a blind eye to what happened to us, despite still needing people who could do our jobs. History couldn't afford to lose us. As soon as we were gone, they needed a replacement. So private forces spread everywhere. And they're all just a phone call away.
But still,
I know. PFs are totally different from what we envisioned. Nation states, revolutionaries, terrorists, they have a lot of clients, and Cypher is one of them. Cypher stays anonymous, but I know their work when I see it. In the eyes of those clients, the world's PFs are all just expendable pawns. The clients don't have to worry about losing their own men. Nobody knows they're involved, and PFs are cheap. In short, the world is chewing up soldiers and spitting them out.
Bruh.
Even some of the old Mother Base's survivors are still working for PFs. Some guys created their own smaller forces. Others were taken on by emerging PFs. Everybody's gone their separate ways. But none of them are living their dream, because they're not fighting with you. Of course, I tried to headhunt as many of them as I could for Diamond Dogs. It was all a waste of time. They said they weren't interested without you to lead them. Now you're back. And everything's gonna
Le
change.
hicieron el feo al Miller.
We'll unite all private forces under you, transcending nations and economies. What is a nation? Just a patch of dirt. The bonds among us will surpass nations, and that's what'll put the world under our control.
Es que tú
We'll
hueles raro,
establish a
Miller,
new
la
kind
neta.
of country, redefine the very concept of it. Even Cypher will be below us, an extraterritorial federation of military nations. The United States of Force. Once word of Big Boss's return starts traveling, that'll be our true deterrent against Cypher. In other words, no one will dare to come gunning for you.
how do you figure?
Cypher lacks a large-scale fighting force. PFs are the perfect tool for them. But those PFs revere you, the legendary Big Boss. If Cypher killed you now, they wouldn't take it lying down. Maybe they'd even go looking for revenge, but they definitely wouldn't keep doing Cypher's dirty work, even if it put their lives at stake. That's why it's no longer a benefit to Cypher to get rid of you. The very fact that you're alive is our greatest defense against Cypher.
Nice to know. It'll buy us some time while we get back to full strength.
Just keep in mind that what I'm saying is generalizing a lot. In practice, the PFs around the world don't know your face. Just declaring that you're Big Boss won't be enough to convince them. And if they see you as an enemy, they'll come at you with everything they've got.
Some hero.
That's why you need to bring them back to Mother Base. Show them on your terms that you really are the one and only Big Boss. Once you've proven that, they won't hesitate to join us.
Para pensar, por eso me parece que puedo hacerle su hamburguesa a ese. Dijo, aquí ya no respetan.
Enemy presence detected. The
Espérame,
map has been updated.
Ahorita por andar poniendo atención. ¿Qué está pasando afuera? Por andar poniendo atención al audio, no guardé bien el 3. Este era el 3, 4, el 3, 5. Yo se ponían media carretera cuando terminó los dos.
We were lucky to get our hands on that cyborg arm developer. There's no one in Diamond Dogs who can so much as maintain that thing. Bionic arm, not cyborg, if you go by what he calls it. But you're right, the East is light years ahead in bionics. They can even detect through the skin the slight electrical signals from the brain that order muscles to move. The Soviet Union completed their first bionic arm capable of doing that back in the 60s. Although I guess that news didn't really reach the West. No kidding. Zadorov's was the only one I ever saw. Quite a shock to see it for the first time. And it was no mean feat to get hold of Snake's arm. I couldn't get one for you at the time, but you know, now... Forget it. I've no intention of relying on bionics.
Ooh.
Right now I need to keep the pain fresh in my mind. Well, it's your decision. But don't you find it... inconvenient? Not a bit. But the phantom pain...
Lo dijo.
It never lets up. Do you know how many men I saw die that day? There's nothing we can do to bring them back. And you expect me to care about getting a measly arm and leg back?
Sí.
Sorry. But my pain belongs to all our dead comrades. I'll keep living with it for their sake. It'll guide me straight and true until I've gotten them the vengeance they deserve.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
En Lamar Base.
Diamond Dog's intel team specializes in information gathering, mainly HUMINT and SIGINT. They plant scouts and moles in the field. These operatives will blend into the local populace and work under the guise of a resident, or disguise themselves as travelers and ask around for information. They observe targets using various hidden bugs, cameras, and transmitters, and by tapping their satellite and phone communications.
Enemy presence detected.
Analyzing all this
The map
information
has
creates a
been
clear
updated.
picture of how wars and the PF's fighting them are changing. This data can also be used for threat assessment when deciding whether to accept contracts from certain clients. And during missions, the intel team keeps track of target locations and produces FOM predictions, reporting mission-critical information based on real-time remote observation of changes in the AO. What you hear from us over the radio is based on how we interpret the data gathered at the command platform. However, intel team operatives go unarmed in almost all situations to avoid revealing themselves to the enemy. Some will carry a knife, but most have nothing at all. As such, don't expect them to help you take on heavily armed adversaries like PF soldiers.
Enemy presence
Think of them as
detected.
entirely
The map
passive
has
in the
been
hot zone.
updated.
Plus, they use all manner of techniques to remain inconspicuous in the field. If you ever spot one, you'll have some serious explaining to do. So remember, their specialty is espionage. They may not be of use in a firefight, but when it comes to intel, they're pros.
Ya veo, Emilio. Gracias, pandilla.
DD makes a pretty good partner, huh, boss?
El perro, el perro, el perro, el perro, el perro.
Yeah. Just seeing him come back makes me real proud.
What breed is he? He's not a husky.
You're right. Siberian Husky is a cross between a Spitz-type dog and a wolf. I think Didi might have some wolf blood in him, too. He isn't just smart. He's also shown remarkable judgment. If he doesn't do what you want him to, he's just doing what he thinks is right in the situation. And he's steady under fire. Remember, he's no lapdog. But learn his strengths, and you'll understand each other soon enough. You'll make one hell of a team.
Ocelot, why'd you take it upon yourself to train him?
Why?
Yeah. When's the last time you heard a wildcat raising a dog?
I have an eye for him. I knew at first glance he'd make the right partner for you.
Huh.
And I figured it was about time he got out into the world.
So you passed him off on me?
There, you see? I knew you liked him.
I don't know about that yet. I still think he's trying to figure me out, too.
I'll spend some more time with him. You'll see how helpful he can be.
What about you?
I prefer to work alone.
Ocelots don't hunt in packs.
Yeah, something like that.
Enemy presence
Anyway, I'm glad you like him.
The map
Didi's
has
really
been
taking to you,
updated.
too. And to going on your walks. Don't be shy about taking him with you in the future.
I'll think about it.
La verdad es que sí las
Enemy
carrea,
presence
pero fuerte,
detected.
Yamil,
The map has been updated.
Look closely. Those are the symptoms of the infection on Mother Base. The blisters on the body were full of tiny worms.
Caution.
Parasite larvae,
Virus
most likely. But we couldn't find any adults. It doesn't seem to mature in the body, like a spargatum. We don't know the root of infection, or what causes symptoms to develop. The infection rate, along with the number of dead, are both on the rise. If we don't find the cause, and soon...
Boss, do you remember seeing these symptoms before? The bodies floating around in the oil facility? The bedridden test subjects at the Devil's House? This epidemic looks just like what we've seen on our hunt for Cypher. It could be a counterplay by Skullface.
That's insane. You mean they weaponize parasites?
Parasites as weapons. That definitely falls under the Biological Weapons Convention.
Enemy presence
But it's something the
detected.
world would never
The
see
map
coming.
has been updated.
And no one's ever developed a vaccine for parasites.
You
So
have
this is the
arrived
weapon
at
of mass
destination.
destruction Cypher was working on in Africa.
It may be. But if it is, how did the Yellow Cake and Walker Gears fit in? There must be something bigger we're not seeing. Anyway, our priority now is to prevent more casualties.
The medical team is studying the infection, but we can't treat anyone until we know the root cause. All we can do right now is halt the spread of infection. Remember before, boss? When Quiet attacked one of our guys on Mother Base, stuck
Me
a knife
acuerdo.
in his mouth. He's one of the very few soldiers who've had contact with her recently.
Huh?
Close contact. I don't think it's a coincidence that he was among those who became symptomatic pretty early on in this epidemic. Saliva and blood spatter, an open wound, mucosal infection. Whatever is causing this got inside him then.
Miller, that is a baseless accusation.
The source of the infection is Quiet. Everyone suspects her.
We don't know that. And we've come across these symptoms before. The bodies in the water at the oil field facility. Those sick people in the beds at the Devil's House. They're identical to what we've seen while we've been after Cypher. The infection could have come from elsewhere. But at the very least, she does know something.
It's not like she's gonna talk.
No, not through words anyway. But what about her actions? Quiet held a knife to that soldier back then, before he became symptomatic. There must have been a reason for that.
A reason for shoving a knife down the throat of one of our men.
What if she's capable of identifying who's infected? What if she was trying to stop the infection but couldn't communicate that to us? The answer to that, the source of the infection, might be in the mouths of the infected.
You think there's some kind of clue in their mouths?
I don't know. But maybe there's something about the mouths of those who become symptomatic, something in common.
Something their mouths have in common. Forget it. We can't trust her.
El
Even if she
sexo,
can
claro.
spot the infected, I don't want her help.
I understand how you feel. But this is something to go on.
Can't you see it's just like I said? Bringing her here was a big mistake.
Quiet is gonna be the end of us. Stand down. You've got zero proof. Try to keep an open mind on
Cuando
this,
repes la
boss.
vida.
There has to be a way to identify who's infected.
When heavens divide. Ya lo leímos. Bueno, lo leímos, ¿eh?
A sniper known as Quiet is lurking in the Afghan wilderness. This Quiet has performed a string of hits on Soviet officers. The attacks always occur in the same area, but sweeps of the area turn up no traces whatsoever. They've even posted guards, but they never spot a thing. And then before you know it, another body's lying on the ground. You ever heard of someone who operates like that? No matter how still and silent a person tries to be, they always create some kind of ripple. Be it breathing, a heartbeat, eating, excreting, body temperature, sweat. If this sniper can really vanish completely, that's just not human. I guess Quiet is the right name. But what is Quiet's objective? The local guerrillas wouldn't use this kind of tactic. I just can't see them hiring some superhuman mercenary. And the Soviet officers who've been killed, well, they were all opposed to or skeptical of the secret weapons development being conducted in the area. Sure, they were a problem for those supporting it, but the Soviets have nothing to gain by killing them. So we have an assassin with superhuman combat skills who isn't working for the guerrillas or the Soviets. Miller has a theory that this sniper is a hitman for Cypher. He thinks it's time we silence Quiet for good. But I'm against the lethal treatment.
Boom.
I say we bring the sniper back alive and break that silence. Because even if this Quiet doesn't say a word, there's still plenty we can learn. Just remember this, boss. If our hunch is right, you'll be on this sniper's hit list too. If things seem a little too quiet when you're in the field, watch out. Quiet's out there somewhere. And if possible, this is one sniper I want back here breathing.
Espérame.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Y le gusta.
When Quiet first came here, she demonstrated her marksmanship against that enemy fighter plane. It showed she was much more than your everyday crack shot. Hitting a moving target from 600 meters is a challenge, but it's possible with the right training and equipment. But shooting down that missile, that's a world apart from taking out a soldier on patrol. The chopper and the missile were in motion, meaning different vectors at high velocity in three-dimensional space, and she shot an unguided bullet that had to fight air resistance and gravity. All that while the chopper was taking evasive maneuvers. Some of the best target leading I've ever known. She has a superhuman sense of spatial awareness. You put her in a fighter jet, and she'd be an ace right off the bat. Hell, your judgment was top class too. Realizing she could take out that pilot, that's quick thinking. You and Quiet could make a hell of a team. You'd be damn near unstoppable.
Lo dijo.
Quiet is still in her cell. Only a few staff are authorized to go near her. She hasn't tried anything funny, but that's what bothers me most.
In particular?
What does she have to gain by coming to Mother Base? I first thought she was under orders from Cypher to take you out. She didn't manage it in Afghanistan, so round 2 happens here. So I lighten the guard. And that lock on her door is a joke.
You gave her an opening. And?
Well, she hasn't killed you yet. And I hate to say it, but she's had plenty of chances.
You made me the bait.
Poisonous bait. What better? Anyway, she didn't bite. Quiet is keeping her silence. So I'm left with no idea again what she's doing here.
We tried communicating with her through writing. That didn't work either. Whether she's illiterate, dyslexic, or just plain stubborn, she won't cooperate. I just don't get it.
If she tried to contact the outside, it'd be picked up by our counterintelligence net. But it's clean. There's no sign she's had contact with the staff, the base facilities, nothing. She's almost got the men wanting her to try something, just to find out what she's up to. And she's in there putting on the failed soldier look, all downcast eyes and defeated sighs. But she doesn't kill herself. She can't be trying to leave Cypher and surrender to us.
So what's the verdict?
This may sound optimistic, but here's how I see it. Quiet came here to fulfill some objective. To kill you, maybe to destroy Diamond Dogs. Whatever it was, before she could do it, something changed her mind.
Has been updated.
Yes. When I look at her, I sense hesitation.
You think she betrayed Cypher?
Can't say for sure. I prefer the ones that talk. Anyway, we'll keep her under watch. And we're also looking into those special abilities of hers. You'll be the first to know if something comes up. Why not look in on her yourself once in a while?
The map
Right.
has been updated.
Boss, Quiet still hasn't made any moves.
Lo sé, Marco. Yo lo mandé el otro día.
What?
If you took her on a mission, she might break her silence.
You want to let her out?
Sure. Make her no different to the others. Everyone you pick up
Dale
works
6
for
horas.
themselves, right?
But her...
I
Sí,
say
Marco.
work with her. See what
Checa en
happens.
Discord.
I wouldn't ask this
En
of anyone but
chismecito.
you. On missions, I'll make sure we have someone observing from a distance, and she won't be allowed access to all of the base. As for Miller, well, sometimes it's better to ask forgiveness than permission. The best part is, hiding is her specialty. If no one sees her leave the base, the staff will be none the wiser.
And if she gets away?
Y
If
después
that
dice Carliño es una batería chisca.
You'll have to take care of her. But I have faith in you, boss. I think Quiet sees something in you.
Detected.
It's a big risk.
Updated.
But it's for the good of all of us. And besides, you can't deny her talent.
Así
Her
son,
unique
así
skills and abilities
son,
would give you
así
a hell of
son,
an
así
edge out there.
son.
I'll think it over.
Turu, tu, tu, tu. Tururu, tu, 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 turu, tu, tu.
How long are we gonna keep that woman here?
You mean Quiet?
Ya viene
My
enojado.
personal
ese.
feelings aside, she's putting everybody on edge. You should hear the stories. I got sick from just standing guard at her cell. I won't stand on the same platform as that witch. She hit me for no reason.
What is this, a private army or a kindergarten?
The thing is, they're all serious. They're faced with something they don't understand, and a kind of mass hysteria has broken out. I've gotten wind of countless plots to take her out.
There are no grounds for this suspicion whatsoever. Put yourself in her shoes, assuming they see her as a prisoner here. No, even more so, if they do, she deserves to be treated humanely. I always thought our men were a bit more noble-minded, but... Look, I understand this is a stressful line of work, but to make her the scapegoat...
You've got it wrong. Quiet? She's with Cypher. We have men that lost their buddies to her organization.
You could say that about more than just her. Plenty of the men used to fight for another side, but they've all put that aside to work for the boss.
Cypher is different. And if you ask me, the boss is the biggest problem. Why is he protecting her? Some of the guys are starting to suspect him of... I don't agree with keeping her here either.
So what's your move? Throw her out? Kill her? She's our ticket to Cypher, and her physical abilities are outstanding. We could use someone
¿Te van a
like
gustar
her.
el server?
Don't make me sick.
Ahorita le cambiamos.
Her marksmanship, speed, stealth capabilities for a start. Then, there are the other things we've learned. Quiet appears to be able to use both eyes as master eyes simultaneously. That lets her track targets of different focal lengths at once. While looking through the scope with one eye, she can look for new targets with the other.
Está rota,
That's
¿no?
why she doesn't need a spotter. She can operate alone, no matter the circumstances.
See, I told you she's a freak. No one would be able to control her.
No, there's one person who could.
Hey, you trying to get the boss killed?
Well, why don't we talk to him? See if he's willing to take her along.
I don't like this.
It's his decision to make. The two of them might even make a good team.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Pam, 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 pam. Voy, Marco, pero
Where
deja
is
terminar de
she?
hacer esto y lo checamos.
You mean quiet? In her cell, of course.
Why did you send her out with the boss on that mission?
She proved herself well enough, didn't she? The boss sure knows talent when he sees it.
Sun will rise
That woman will never be
momentarily.
one of us. She's targeting him.
Don't forget, we do owe her one.
What's that supposed to mean?
Remember what happened when she first got here? She shot down the aircraft Cypher sent after us. Not only that, she hit the cockpit. Who else could have done that? We're talking about a fighter jet traveling at Mach speed.
What's your point?
If she hadn't been there, the boss's chopper would be at the bottom of the ocean right now. Or it would have been followed right back to Mother Base. So let's say she does have some
Whoop.
elaborate scheme in the works.
What
If you
the?
want to catch her in the act, all we can do is sit back and wait. On the other hand, if she swears allegiance to the boss like our other Fulton recruits, he couldn't ask for a better partner.
She's got you fooled.
I have eyes on her. If she tries anything, she'll regret it. We lose nothing either way.
A ver, mejor al este, lo muevo para allá.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Aunque esté la mano chueca, ¿no? Que esté chueca para allá.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Así que después de perder el brazo 2 veces.
Boss, we've gone over the prisoner transport log you found. Quiet was grabbed by the Soviets and moved to Lamar Khatte Palace. They lost a lot of men to her. Can't blame them for wanting payback. But why did she just let herself get captured?
I think it is time you knew. Quiet was carrying vocal cord parasites.
Ya lo escuchamos, ¿no?
The English strain, to be precise.
The
third English pair. Skullface was using her as a...
I did not choose to be quiet.
Bro.
I wanted to express my feelings to you. If only we shared a common tongue. Vengeance was what drove me to them. The only language left to me, revenge. But the words we shared, no, that was no language at all. That is why I chose the language of gratitude instead and go back to silence.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
I am quiet. I am the absence of words.
Yo soy quiet, yo soy. La ausencia de las palabras. Me muda y por eso no hablo. Ya lo escuchamos,
It
¿no?
wasn't just
Y este no.
You know the hardest man to break. The type who's fooling himself. That takes time. It's easier to live a convenient lie than a painful truth. Is that the piece you've chosen, Doc?
I'm not lying.
Of course. Just let me check one or two things. On that day, you were in the control tower with them. Lucky you.
Detected.
That's how you got out unscathed. And you escaped on one of their choppers. Only you, right before the base went under.
They had me blindfolded the whole time. I've never been so scared. The whole flight I thought they'd kill me. But thinking of you kept me going. My comrades, all the way.
And
Carliños Audios.
There was a plane journey, and then we traveled by road. When they finally took off the blindfold, I was in kind of a warehouse, on the floor. Afghanistan, it was that research lab. I couldn't believe they'd taken me halfway around the world. And soon enough, he came.
Skullface.
He's the one who's really behind that Mother Base attack. He forced me into that research.
What kind of research?
He told me to build a bipedal walking tank for the Soviet Union. Like Peace Walker. A system that could fire an ICBM-class nuclear weapon. That's how the Sahelanthropus project got started.
Sahelanthropus.
Those AI weapons I'd made in Costa Rica were like toys by comparison. A whole world apart from
Ándale, ya vi.
reptilian four-legged crawling and that ridiculous hunched-over bipedal waddling. My design evolved to the dawn of mankind. Sahelanthropus, the first steps towards humanity. An upright bipedal weapon system. Originally, Sahelanthropus was going to be a manned weapons platform. I designed a cockpit in its head, and I planned to fill it with water as a buffering agent.
Like how Paz modified Zeke for human control.
Don't compare me to some amateur.
Bro.
I designed it for human control from the beginning. The problem was miniaturizing the posture control AI. You remember the reptile pod?
The AI that controlled your unmanned weapons.
Attaching it externally makes it vulnerable. So this time I wanted it beneath the armor.
Enemy presence
Meaning I had to
detected.
make the
The
AI
map has
smaller.
been updated.
I got it down to less than a tenth the size without any loss in computation speed. But it was still too big for the cockpit. There wasn't enough room for the pilot. If I made the head bigger, its body would have to be bigger to support it. Too big to be practical. In the end, human piloting was taken off the table. I tested a remote control system too, but there was the time lag and I wasn't satisfied with its precision either. Plus, it would be useless if the enemy jammed it. So next, I went back to trying an AI-only system. To do that, I had the AI pods recovered from Nicaragua.
Eso que dijo que
This was a hybrid AI, a combination
intentó
of
hacerlo
Peace Walker's
con
reptile and
IA para que no se lo
mammal pods.
robaran.
The only
Y
AI
literal
that
se lo
had
roban
ever
como 10
successfully
veces.
operated an unmanned nuclear weapon system.
Really? You'd need some help to get that working. Expert help.
Did you work with someone?
I worked alone.
You did that yourself.
That's the thing.
Stand still
The AI
attention.
didn't pan out in the end either. But I did finally get Sahelanthropus walking by folding
Ahora
over its
ponemos
upper
de quién
body to
usó el
lower
de
its center of gravity.
World.
The first upright bipedal locomotive weapon system in the history of mankind.
Updated.
I guess technically it falls into the anthropoid ape category.
I don't see the benefit of having it stand taller.
On terrain with significant differences in elevation like Afghanistan, you need a body that's vertically adaptable. That also lets it attack from long range while using mountain ridges for cover. So, making it walk upright was the most important factor in giving it superior height capability. As the name suggests, that was the whole point of Sahelanthropus. But I was being pushed for results. Having the AI mounted externally would have been the fastest way to get it working. I just needed more data so it could maintain its balance. But Skullface refused to wait. He dismissed the idea of AI
O el
control
pana que
and
vendió el
took
server,
Sahelanthropus
como dijo
away from me
Marco.
before I could finish it.
But it was walking when it came after you.
That's just it. I don't understand how Skullface got it to move upright, without a pilot or an AI. And walking at that speed, too. It's beyond anything I could have imagined. This is like the Wright brothers making it to the moon. I'm just as clueless as you are.
So this Sahelanthropus, where is it now?
Enemy presence
I have no
detected.
idea.
The map has been
All my
updated.
experiments took place at that cave. I've never seen it anywhere else. Besides, it's still just an incomplete prototype at this point, and nothing but a paper tiger.
The map has
Even
been
if it
updated.
can walk, it's far from being a viable weapons platform. It wouldn't be useful in actual battle.
Emmerich will remain here at Mother Base for now, but not as a member of Diamond Dogs. I still don't trust him. That work for you?
Fine by me. He can't be allowed any contact with staff either.
El
Yeah.
pana.
A lot of the guys would love some
Enemy
payback for
presence
9 years
detected.
ago,
The map
We still
has
need him
been
alive.
updated.
but we have to restrict his movements. He can only go where we tell him. And of course, the interrogations will continue. He worked for that skull bastard for nearly a decade. He still has more to tell us.
How long are we gonna press him?
If our investigation shows he really had nothing to do with the attack, we'll reconsider his place here. But I don't expect that to happen. Remember that water tank-shaped object in Emmerich's lab in the Soviet base camp? The thing that started talking to you like a possessed answering machine. That was a pod built for housing the
Se
AI
cambió el-
used to control unmanned weapons. You remember, back in '74 in Costa Rica. It was in those machines you fought there. They were designated Pupa, Chrysalis,
Enemy
Cocoon,
presence
and
detected.
Basilisk.
The map
And
has
each of them
been
was fitted with an
updated.
AI unit called a reptile pod. Emmerich created it. It mainly handled the machine's posture control and autonomous behavior. But the Basilisk, aka Peace Walker, also featured a second AI pod. That one was called the Mammal Pod, and it was created by Dr. Strangelove. She tried to recreate the boss's personality through the Mammal Pod, but you pulled out its memory boards. That's when it transferred its own functions to its reptile pod. Just like a human brain compensating for damage by using the remaining healthy parts. The result was a unique entity, a hybrid of the reptile and the mammal. It sank to the bottom of Lake Nicaragua with Peace Walker. But apparently they salvaged it and transported it to that lab. Don't let it deceive you, Snake. It may sound like the boss, but it has neither a personality nor a will. Like Emmerich says, it's just a machine.
Me acuerdo que había una letra que se veía como escrita a mano.
Enemy presence detected.
Aquí está.
The map has been updated.
En vez de World. Server. ¿Ahora qué? ¿Ahora qué? ¿Ahora qué? ¿Ahora qué? ¿Por qué el server no se pinta? Bruh. ¿Por qué cachuchas? What the fuck?
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
The map has been updated. Así, ¿no? A ver, lo pongo más grande para que lo vean. What the fuck, ya aprendo cada vez más a usar este programa.
You called that thing Sahelanthropus. Where does the name come from?
Well, several years ago, an excavation team discovered a hominid skull in the Sahel region.
Central Africa. The Southern Sahara.
Cypher gave the specimen the name Sahelanthropus, man of Sahel. And then they covered the whole thing up.
Why?
They probably wanted to monopolize information about human evolution to have a head start in their genetic research. At least, until they had an idea of what they'd found.
It was that big of a discovery, huh?
Sahelanthropus was a gracile hominid, estimated to have lived about 7 million years ago. What's significant about it is how its skull's foramen magnum faces down. In other words, its spinal column supported its head from underneath.
It stood upright.
Right. Which would mean Sahelanthropus walked upright 3 million years before Australopithecus, making it the world's oldest human species.
Walking upright. I get it. Hence the name Sahelanthropus for your machine.
Walking upright was the decisive difference between our ancestors and other anthropoids. Our brains could get heavier once they were supported by the spinal column. That led to the use of tools and the development of complex communication through language. Only man is capable of this. My creation will be the progenitor of all bipedal weapon platforms.
And you did this for Cypher?
No, not at all. Sahelanthropus is the best proof that I never betrayed you guys.
What do you mean?
The reconstructed Sahelanthropus skull looked exactly like the skull we used as our logo 9 years ago in the Caribbean.
An army without a nation. Outside the world order.
The design was based on Pangaea, the supercontinent that existed 250 million years ago, right?
Yeah. When the world was a single landmass. That
Uno
concept
de los
of
meses que luego
source
pasa el
our
Javi.
strength.
Los
I felt the
gots.
same way about Sahelanthropus.
Los gots me dan
I was
risa.
forced to build it under their orders, but I always wanted to put its technology back in our hands someday. That's the reason I incorporated the old insignia into Sahelanthropus' name. Don't you see? That's how much I was thinking about you guys.
Oh, I see, all right. I see someone desperate to cover his ass. You can say whatever you want after the fact. But that skull also symbolizes somebody else. Skullface.
Skullcum.
You finally came. Just don't record this, okay?
I'm not recording anything. What's this about?
What I'm
Bro.
about to say stays between you and me. It's about the weapon
Troleado.
to surpass Metal Gear.
¿Cómo?
You know a researcher by the name of Clark? He works in the biotech industry. Real advanced stuff. His area is bioengineering, but lately he's also gotten into genetic research.
Never heard of him.
Well then, what do you know about cloning?
I think I've heard enough.
Hold on, this is important. Cloning lets you create a genetic copy of an organism. You take
The
the
map
nucleus
has
of one of
been
its cells,
updated.
and you swap it with the nucleus of an unfertilized egg from another
Dale,
member of
Marco.
the same species. They started out working with plants, but since then they've had success with other organisms, including mammals. It's a hot area for a lot of places right now. Corporations, universities, research groups. There's no shortage of scientists out to get famous and patent their work, with morality taking a back seat.
Isn't that a little outside your field?
It's got nothing to do with my research. But I thought it might be of interest to you. Cloning, and Dr. Clark, I mean.
Go on.
Now, this is really highly classified stuff, but I've heard that an American biotech company has successfully cloned a human being. What's more, it happened over 10 years ago, and the researcher behind it was Dr. Clark. You've really never heard of him?
I don't meet many doctors.
This Dr. Clark is a complete ghost, even to others in his field. His
Chistoso.
age, where he comes from, that might not be his real name. And I can't even say for sure he's a he. Clark's employer, ATGC, its company motto is embracing your hopes, preserving talent.
What does this have to do with me?
Detected. The map
Cypher.
has been updated.
Dr. Clark works for ATGC, and they have connections to DARPA. Cypher couldn't function without the communications network DARPA's built. Meaning, Cypher has to be a part of the Pentagon. Or at least, the two are joined at the hip. DARPA is a driving force behind human cloning. It's a pretty high priority project for them. And this Dr. Clark, some say he's a pivotal player in Cypher. But that's not all. Every cell nucleus in an organism contains the genetic information for that organism. Think of it as a blueprint for life. Clark appears to be working on how to decode this information and rearrange it at will. If you could do that, it would mean being able to custom design human beings for specific purposes. Can you believe that? Suppose for a moment that this is all fact. A man of your talents, if your genetic information died with you, that would be a terrible loss for mankind. But what if mankind could preserve you for future generations by cloning
Suspicious.
you?
All right, enough. I get the idea.
Look,
Literalmente por la razón que se separó de Zero.
this weapon to surpass Metal Gear they're developing in Africa, I believe it's something that uses
Prox
this
Sonic.
new technology. Speaking as a fellow
Pero sí.
scientist, it chills me to the bone.
That's rich coming from you.
If genes serve as our blueprint, then I wonder if they include an impulse that drives us to tweak the design. Can you imagine that? Genes, encoded with information that wants its children to decode it. Is life itself putting the direction of our next evolution in the hands of scientists? I guess it would take some real arrogance to believe that. And yet, it could be what Cypher's after.
I think you're barking up the wrong tree.
All clear.
But that was an interesting story. It'd make a good movie.
Enemy presence
You
detected.
have to
The
believe
map
me.
has been updated.
Where'd you hear all this anyway?
Where? I just overheard it in bits and pieces while I was forced to do that
man.
research for them.
Right.
Enemy presence detected.
Wait a minute.
The map
Look,
has been
I want to
updated.
help you. I want to be of service here. And I'm risking my life with this.
Is that so? Maybe it's time we brought someone else into the conversation.
No, not him. Not Ocelot. You can't do this.
Enemy presence
Bruh.
detected. The map has been
¿Y tú cómo te
updated.
enteraste, bro? Ah, no, pues nomás ahí. Ahí me llegó un pajarito con el chisme, neta. ¿No que fue el Huey que les dio el ADN del Vivos? Capaces. No, pero ahí todavía no se conocían. Porque eso fue antes del Peace Walker y se conocieron hasta el Peace Walker. Sin embargo, el Miller. El Miller sí que pudo haber sido.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Todo esto de Huey ya lo escuchamos.
The R&D team's going to take over Emmerich work. He may be gone, but it won't affect us one bit. We'll be able to deliver whatever you need just like before. You can depend on that. One other thing. I'm tracking his whereabouts. Nothing to report at the moment, though.
Let it go. He's gone. The guy's gone.
I know. I just want to be sure. Not like I'm losing sleep over this son of a bitch.
Open this thing!
The
Huey!
fuck?
Damn it, Huey! Open it now! Please!
Jesus.
Let me out!
Kill me.
Kill me! If only I'd tried to get out sooner. Perhaps I'd have made it. Why didn't I stop the hatch from closing? Even if it meant losing an arm.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. You have arrived at your destination.
Pensé que era golpes de mi escritorio. Yo también. Me he puesto un soldado mexicano y que en uno de ellos jiji se llama, güey. Mira, oye vos, ¿qué me dirías si te dijera que eres papá y que no fue esa tal Eva la que es la madre? Es más, ni hay madre. De hecho, gracioso que lo menciones, porque Eva sí es la madre de los clones.
It's so distant.
O sea, fueron clones no de... de tubo de ensayo full, ¿no? Sí, utilizaron a una mujer para gestar los tilinos. Y Eva fue la que se ofreció. Muy raro, la verdad.
Anyway, I guess I can say what needs to be said. I can still do that much. Talk to you. Even if I can't face you. Even if there's a heaven. Even if you're waiting there, I don't deserve to see you again. I don't deserve to love you.
Pero sí puede, Sonic. Puede decir eso, Sonic, porque... O sea... Porque no le preguntaron, bro. Se le robaron su ADN y luego le hicieron los clones, pero él ni en cuenta. Él nunca... Big Boss sí puede decir: Miller, yo nunca he cingado. Bueno, igual y sí, ¿no? Pero nunca se ha reproducido, básicamente.
Zero, or whoever it is who's taken his name. They found me after the Caribbean. They made me simulate his will.
¿Cuánto dura este audio?
So that even after the body was gone, that will would keep the world turning the way they wanted.
10 minutos.
I had no choice.
10 minutos de Strangelove volviéndose loca.
Dredge Lago Kosibolka. Pulled up a phantom.
Detected. The map
Forced
has
me
been
to
updated.
revive and modify you. thought I could bring you back. But in the end, I sold your will to him. Now this part is just one big shell. A husk. Your phantom's no longer here.
Yo creo que sí,
For
Marco.
me, everything I touch turns to ashes. I could never make anyone happy.
Ahorita un descanso de audios y jugamos tantito.
And now
Yo no.
I'll never see my son again. But at least Hal's free from his father's hands.
Lo dijo.
Me.
Enemy presence
¿Dentro del canal de cassette?
The map has been updated.
Este.
Can you imagine?
Depende. Había de 60 minutos
I wonder how
totales.
you took the news.
De 90. Creo que había hasta de 120.
Were you jealous?
Y pues ya nada más divides esos entre dos para cada lado.
I knew what I was doing.
Pero, o sea, eran.
If I could pass your
Por ejemplo, el
will
del 90 eran
onto a
45
child
en cada lado, ¿no?
carried
Pero era un poquito más.
my genes,
Porque si ponían exacto, muy seguramente no cupieran los 45 y la gente se iba a quejar.
irrelevant.
Entonces las empresas que los hacían
Enemy presence
siempre le ponían un poquito más,
The
¿no?
map has been updated.
Para que nadie se quejara.
Would be ours.
Sí, Vincent. Dependía del cassette, ¿no?
I've been a fool.
Pero por ejemplo, el cassette que muestran en
Pride, conceit, baseless
el ese que tiene verdecito, se ve que es como de 60, ¿no? O sea, 30 minutos por lado.
The false you.
Mira, viendo cómo vos llamas que se cargas a las visiones.
I only wanted to pass your will
Trae
to the
su,
next
una
generation.
bolsa de puro cassette. Haciendo ruido.
Zero took it away. And now I haven't just lost you. I've lost my...
Es todo junto, o sea, cada lado
Can
tiene
you forgive
la mitad del total que se anuncia en el
the
cassette.
mother who couldn't protect you? The one who let them take it all away from us. Oh,
Luego hacemos un cassette stream, ¿no?
there's still
Cuando me
hope.
dé ganas de sacar
You,
el reproductor de cassettes que tengo
one
ahí,
he took away.
de donde lo tengo puesto.
He'll never break your will. The will to make this world the way you saw it could be. I buried code, just to be sure. Inside of you, there is an egg.
¿An egg?
And when someone finds it, when they crack it, there'll be nothing left to stop you.
What?
The world you envisioned will become a reality.
Está loca. Ya, Paola.
I know you can hear me. You do remember my voice, don't you? Please, take care of our son.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Y nunca cuida a su hijo.
Never be afraid.
Hijo de su Pink Floyd. Los peores
Weapons are there.
personajes de Metal Gear.
She'll be
Número
watching
1.
over you.
Enemy presence
System.
detected. The map has been
The
updated.
framework for your world will protect you. You don't need me.
Caution. Sandstorm approaching.
You just need to be strong
De hecho, pingüino,
for the both of us.
como dicen, la vida da vueltas y tarde o temprano te pica la cola. ¿Qué dicen por ahí? What the fuck, el 9 dura 6 horas con 50. ¿Qué hicimos ese día? What the fuck. Fue el día que me quedé 3 horas peleando en el aeropuerto, ¿verdad?
Here at the end, I think
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
your pulse.
Jesus.
Boss, I have the report on that cargo we stole from Cypher's truck. The PF was transporting 2 things. The analysis of that malachite has come back first. Naturally, the main compound is copper. There's also a small amount of cobalt. Nothing unusual so far. Southern Zaire is a well-known copper belt. However, in addition to these, we also detected a trace amount of uranium. The content percentage, though, is too low for nuclear development. It most likely came from Shinkalobwe mine. That's where the uranium in that area comes from. The mine's closed. There's all the high-purity uranium ore dried up a long time ago. But you could probably still find it there in small
El
quantities.
resto bien cortitos y
That said,
este
there are plenty of other
10
uranium
partes,
mines that
bro.
are in operation, like in Niger, Namibia,
El primero,
South
2.
Africa.
El segundo,
Why go to an
4. El
abandoned
tercero,
mine to
3.
scrape up whatever's
Peace
left and
Walker,
ship it
4.
out in mass quantities without
Pero el
refining
0
it?
es 1.
They were
The
transporting
Phantom
that
Pain,
yellow cake
10.
too, which would suggest
Más
they
este
have
de
the
ahorita que son
technology to
audios.
refine uranium. Anyway, that about sums it up. Unfortunately, the analysis of that yellow cake is taking a little longer. I'll let you know when it's done.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
The map has been updated. Esperen, falta descargar algo. Descargar este, miren. ¿Qué es esto? Autotune. No, pero yo quiero, quiero el original. Este, ¿no? Ya. Wow. A ver. Creo que jugamos un rato normal, ¿no? Las misiones secundarias que me faltan. Obviamente escuchando los audios de fondo. Yo tampoco, Kuban, yo tampoco.
Please select a mission.
Ay, que traen
Unit
casco.
dispatched. Unit dispatched. Unit dispatched.
Conseguí escuchar un 50% de grabaciones, bro. A pensar.
Development project has been added.
¿A cuánto le falta la instalación? Le faltaban 2 horas, ¿eh? Y ahora le falta 15 minutos. ¡Yeah! ¡Qué loco!
Please specify a project.
Tan, 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 tan. Voy a ver mis recursos. Ya avanzaron, pero no mucho, ¿eh? Hay que mejorar eso. ¡Está bailando! Déjenlo, déjenlo, está bailando. En esa casita de...
He's coming too.
Ahí estará.
The map has been mission
That radio
info has been
transmitter is used to
updated.
relay messages between outposts. Good work. You completed your objective. Now get out of the hot zone.
Mission info has been updated. Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Nice.
Exfiltrated hot zone.
You're out of the hot zone. No enemy forces in pursuit. Mission complete.
Es fuera de la Hudson y el nene ahí al lado.
Mission complete. I know we can.
Pap, pap, pap. Ahí estará. A ver, ahora sí. ¿Qué misiones hay aquí? Ay,
Please select a mission.
termina el tanque. Bruh. Termina el vehículo blindado 2. Bruh. La infantería pesada. Bro. La infantería pesada. Bro. Y el perro desafortunado. Pues voy a hacer todas estas, ¿no? Pero antes necesito ir al baño. Aprovechen para ir ustedes también. Ahorita regreso. Güey, no. Esa no, porque Sagol se mea. Jesus. ¿Cómo es que va a tener que estar entrando a este menú para reproducir?
Sorry to keep you waiting. We finally finished analyzing that yellow cake cipher was moving. There was nothing unusual about the composition of the yellow cake itself. Most of it was oxidized uranium, with the rest being impurities, various metals as well as traces of organic matter. What's interesting is the composition of these impurities. When we checked them against the impurities found in the copper ore, it was clear the yellow cake didn't come from Shinkolobwe, meaning they went to the trouble of mining two sources of uranium, then transported them together in different states. Another thing, we detected a very thin layer of highly enriched uranium in the middle of the yellow cake. Now that is very interesting. It may not be a lot, but it points to the existence of uranium-enriching technology. After all, yellow cake can't naturally produce highly enriched uranium. If they could mass-produce this, they'd be just one step away from a gun barrel-sized nuclear bomb. But uranium enrichment requires advanced technology and a large-scale facility. If that kind of place existed in Zaire, the Soviet Union wouldn't sit idly by. And there's another question. Where are you going to extract him? The yellow cake and malachite uranium. The first place that comes to mind is South Africa. The government was supposed to have abandoned nuclear weapons development after caving to international pressure. But rumors persist that it's continued in secret. Plus, CRS were escorting the truck, and they're based out of South Africa. And then South Africa does have an abandoned test site. If Cypher's involved with nuclear development in South Africa. But how would that fit with their weapon to surpass Metal Gear? We need more information.
Shinkolobwe. There's a name I haven't heard in a while.
The U.S. bought a lot of uranium from Shinkolobwe mine during World War II for the Manhattan Project. They even sent a squad from the Army Corps of Engineers to reopen the mine after it was flooded. That's how good its uranium must have been. With that, the world's first nuclear test was a success. Shinkolobwe uranium might have been used in the Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombs, too. Just hearing its name is like seeing all the phantoms of the war rise up to haunt us. But all the uranium's dried up, and the mine's been closed for years.
So someone reopened it?
Right. Zero-risk security seized control of the area and were forcing locals to work in it. And the Zairean government was getting a slice of what they took in exchange for looking the other way. Mobutu has to finance his tastes somehow. He'll gladly sell the rights to some old mine. The question is, why would zero-risk security do this kind of thing?
Or rather, why were their employers, Cypher, interested in an abandoned mine? Maybe getting trace amounts of uranium, and to the naked eye it appears to be ordinary malachite. Meeting security would be lax. Not a very efficient way of obtaining it, but easier to move.
But how would they enrich it at its destination?
Did the yellow cake really have a layer of highly enriched uranium in it?
Having trouble believing it?
No. If they say it's real, then it's real. In which case, they might have some enrichment method that we don't know about.
And this was to test it out.
It's possible. And that would mean it's almost complete.
Detected. The map has been updated.
Pausa para poner cassette.
Ever since the attack on your unit 9 years ago, the name Big Boss has become known the world over.
What do you mean?
Those of your men who survived traveled far and wide. They fought throughout the world. In fact, they're part of the reason we have all these PFs now. Every one of them suffered their own phantom pain from losing you. Talking about you wherever they went helped to heal their wounds. Your actions and words, your legend,
Esto ya lo dijo en otro audio, ¿no?
on every battlefield they've set foot on. Obviously, as the tales have spread, the truth's been distorted and painted over. Big Boss sacrificed himself to show us the threat that Cypher poses. He sounded a warning, so it goes.
A warning?
Too much power destroys the hands that hold it. Apparently, you chose to be a living example of that.
I never said any of
Marco,
that.
te lo hubieras pídatela, todavía es temprano. Pues son las 9, bro.
The problem is, fiction inspires people more than facts. To the world, you're now the legendary mercenary Big Boss.
The lessons you've taught the PFs are the reason they're so widespread. They're the reason they've survived. And you know what they all aspire to? To one day go nuclear, just like you did. And stand up to Cypher.
Of all the stupid things you could do.
They'll never understand what you really wanted.
Complete.
Heroes are misunderstood. It takes a man of the same caliber to understand what drives them. Bottom line is, these guys want to be like their hero, Big Boss. And deep down, they all have their eyes on nuclear weapons. They say that a nuke is the only means of standing against Cypher. These days, it's becoming little more than a slogan to rally the troops and survive in a cutthroat business.
Currently, there are 3 major PFs who've expanded into Central Africa. CFA, Rogue Coyote, and Zero Risk Security. He's coming too. Roger that.
Nations have shown there's almost no overlap between their areas of operation. It's not so much a truth.
That's the target.
More like they have a gentleman's agreement. If you do cross paths with them, you probably won't have to face more than one at a time. Still, don't expect to walk in the park. The CFA, Contract Forces of Africa. These guys
You gonna extract him?
Their head office is in Pretoria, South Africa. That's also where the South African Defense Force is headquartered.
Miren, lo mismo todos los audios al cabo y me los va a escuchar todos.
An HEC investigation revealed that most of the CFA's operators are former SADF soldiers. South Africa has been locked in struggles with neighboring regimes for years. That means constant action. And we know better than anyone that's the best kind of training. A company drawing its recruits from hardened military vets. You can bet they know how to handle themselves. Do not underestimate them. Within the CFA is a company of soldiers made up mainly of locally hired operators. They speak Afrikaans to communicate with personnel from the CFA. But if you notice any speaking the local language, that's them. Though hired from the local population, they were originally part of a paramilitary
tu guarda, desaparece tu pana y dices, las leyendas eran ciertas.
And unlike their days shooting junkyard rifles out of beat-up pickup trucks, the CFA now supplies them with the latest gear from the West. On top of that, they've been combat trained by the South African Army. All that adds up to a much stronger fighting force. So don't brush them off.
Look at the Angola-Zaire border region. The east bank of the Munene River in particular. It's a microcosm of a problem that stretches all across Africa. There's a civil war going on in Angola, fought between the government MPLA and the Western-backed United.
El diablo.
Zaire is still a dictatorship under President Mobutu.
Y sale
But numerous uprisings have broken
el
out in its
Psychomantis
remote
me llamaron.
regions. With all the trouble elsewhere keeping their hands full, neither government has control over their side of the border. They depend on militias and PFs, as do the rebels. Government forces, guerrillas, militants, groups of all shapes and sizes hawk whatever resources they can to hire PFs. Conflict brings PFs. PFs expand the war zone, and more conflicts erupt in a continuous chain reaction. Sounds like our kind of work. Mother Base could grow by leaps and bounds.
Audio. Uy, esto está fea. Este tipo de misiones están feas, me refiero.
Hard to believe how many of those bipedal weapons have popped up around Africa. When did that start?
No more than 6 months ago. Didn't really hit me until I came here.
They're not supposed to be in use yet. Emmerich says they were still doing the last round of fine-tuning.
The doctor has no idea. His research has already hit the black market. Both sides of the Iron Curtain will have it by now. Even so,
That's the target.
sure, the Walker gears can operate in any terrain. Their mobility's just as good in the jungle as it is in the desert. That would come in handy in a place like Africa. They are modules that can one day be used as nuclear weapon systems. And with that in mind, the numbers are way too large. There must be another reason they're so widespread.
Like what?
It's all about needs. To small-time outfits like most of these private forces, this product is a dream come true. Hell, it goes beyond PFs. This is the ultimate weapon, the forbidden fruit, for anyone with an enemy to fight and people to defend.
A nuclear deterrent.
Exactly.
Lo dijo.
Sounds familiar, huh? PFs are all operating off your playbook. You created these types. But could this be the new weapon in Africa that Emmerich talked about? If it is, why is Cypher letting everyone and his brother get their hands on one? What comes next? Selling nuclear weapons in the open? Making them public property?
Why don't they give that a try? Then the next war really will be fought with sticks.
Right. The man we're dealing with isn't foolish enough to make a suicide pact with the world.
So, what is Cypher really up to?
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Zero Risk Security aren't as hardcore a military outfit compared to the other two PFs in this region. The company sends operators to conflict regions around the world, not just Africa. They have decades of combined experience. They're also based out of South Africa. Their headquarters is in Johannesburg. A lot of their work involves corporate security for South African companies, but a good number of their operators are retired South African military. So don't mistake them for a bunch of security guards.
You gotta extract him.
Audio.
Rogue Coyote operates mainly out of Africa these days. Of the three PFs, they're the smallest. However, they scooped up most of the Rhodesian SAS after the country collapsed 4 years ago. Picture their entire organization.
He's coming too. Roger that.
With Rhodesia a British colony, the Rhodesian SAS had its origins in 22 SAS Sea Squadron. They started out as a group known as the Southern Rhodesia Volunteers. But in 51, they were incorporated into 22 SAS as
You gotta extract him.
Commonwealth and deployed to fight guerrillas in the Malayan emergency. Even now, 22 SAS keeps the Sea Squadron designation empty in recognition of their service. In a way, you could say the SAS almost makes up the core of Rogue Coyote. Later on, they were bolstered by other talent, including former Celis Scouts and 32 Battalion. These guys are direct descendants of the best special forces in the world. They won't go down without a fight. Don't get careless. Kunganga Mine. A civil war's been going on in that region for the last 20 years. It's being fought by what are now two ethnic groups, the Buta and the Mbele. Originally, you could barely tell them apart, but the reason for the current armed conflict goes back to World War I. After the war, their land was colonized by a European power, and it decided to give local control to the Buta. That split the two groups into rulers and subjects, laying the foundations for an inevitable civil war. The friction between them remained even after they won independence from Europe. The Buta are holding on to power to this day.
Pero ya me contó de
Rebels
conductores.
continue to fight back. The conflict
He's coming too. Roger that.
rare metals, diamonds. They've used the money from those to arm themselves, buy oil, and even hire PFs. The Buta administration owns the mining rights to Kunganga Mine. But most of the laborers are Mbele, who they've taken prisoner.
Mbele.
Product they've gouged out of their land is bought up by cheap Western corporations. And the civil war is fueled by the profits. That's how it goes. One country's people is split apart by another country. Then the two groups tear up their own land for money in order to fight each other. Now this civil war started by a foreign power is the norm, and it's sucking up all the country's resources. PFs are just the same. They follow the money, taking war with them wherever they go. That goes for us too. It's an endless river of bloody retaliation, and we're standing downstream. Should we make a stand and staunch the flow? or wade in amongst the corpses and make a bigger splash than the rest. We'll follow your lead, boss.
Pero ¿para dónde voy? Oye, que se me hace conocido aquí es de donde empecé. Pausa para audio. Al menos ya le vamos bajando, ¿ya vieron? Ya estamos en 68. Ya no sigue diciendo 99.
Boss, about those invalids you saw in that devil's house.
Poor bastards. All strapped down to the beds, with those lumps on their chest.
The medical staff tell me they were probably a type of cyst.
Cysts can get that big.
In some cases, yes. But supposing they're a kind of atheroma forming on the surface of the skin, the size is just too big, and the appearance is all wrong. In the end, the medical team were at a loss. Those lumps were like nothing they'd ever seen. The fluid you said you got on your prosthesis when you touched one was burned off in the fighting, and the factory burned down too. None of the tests we did once you were back at the base revealed a pathogen that could have caused them. Meaning we don't have a single sample to work with.
Everything went up in flames.
What worries the medical team most is whether it's contagious. Whether there's
Pues igual
a
y si me
chance we could
falta,
end
¿no?
up like that. And
Pues son los que es bloqueados al terminar la historia, pero puede que
after
falte.
all, war is great at transporting diseases. For the time being, at least. There's no sign of contagion or any symptoms that could be related. One more thing. About the surgery that had been performed on the people in the Devil's House.
Yeah?
You said that their throats were cut open, with an acoustic tube pushed inside?
Right. The tubes were hooked up to tape recorders playing some kind of audio.
Well, we picked up some of that audio through your radio transmissions and recorded it here. The intel team has been working on analyzing the communications log.
What have they found?
Ahorita yo no tengo aquí ni nada, pero cuando llegue, GG también para
A
mí.
report on 3 deaths in a car accident on the autoroute near Marseille. Protests outside the Libyan embassy in London. A press conference with the former Prime Minister of Sweden. A 4-month-old weather forecast for Balikpapan. And then commercials for appliances, cough syrup, and TV dinners. Assuming they're not all staged, they come off as recordings of your average public broadcasts.
Public broadcasts? Just radio and TV signals?
Yes, and from all over the world. We're looking into whether they're genuine or not, just to be sure. What else? A speech that sounds like it was recorded out on the street, and people chatting about how this year's tomato crop did.
And there's nothing they have in common?
Bruh.
We're partway through the cryptanalysis. That includes checking all audio ranges and running it backward and at different speeds. Then there's vocabulary breakdown for political suggestions, ideological common points. But I don't think it's going to get us anywhere.
Where were the recordings made?
There's nothing linking them from that angle either. Just like you reported, we've detected virtually every major language there
Ahora
is.
sabemos que realmente no le importaba el
German,
contenido,
Italian, Spanish,
sino el
including
idioma
South
nada más.
American accents. Then there's Russian, Hindi, Arabic, Portuguese, Mandarin, Cantonese, Japanese.
They're nothing if not thorough.
Well, I don't know if we've got them all covered. Ignoring the ones that have gone extinct, supposedly over 5,000 languages exist today. Besides, English isn't one of the ones we picked up.
Really? English?
I know. Only 5% of the world's population is a native English speaker. But when you factor in those who've acquired it as a second language, nearly 1/3 of the people speak it.
Exacto, Sonic.
The world's dominant lingua franca. You gotta figure they had it somewhere among all the languages in that place.
No English.
Bear in mind, we didn't hear everything that was played in that room. We couldn't isolate the more distant sounds due to static and
Tú también ya tienes que
the
ver,
program
Carlos.
could have been set to change every day.
Carlos.
In a nutshell, for reasons unknown, people in that room with a common medical condition were made to listen to recordings in languages from around the world. It's not clear how the growths on their chests fit into it. It could have been treatment for them, or maybe an experiment of some kind.
I'm guessing one person knows.
Yeah, Skullface. He was there. The only thing we can say for sure is that he's involved.
Qué cosa, hubiera sido muy diferente escucharlo en ese entonces, ¿no? Porque ahora ya sabemos para qué estaban sus gargantas escuchando música. Cassette. Oh, hombre de fuego.
You mentioned that the man on fire was crushed under Sahelanthropus in its hangar.
Yeah. He was caught under the wheels of its transport platform.
But his body wasn't found.
What?
We searched the area the moment we arrived, but there was no trace of him.
I wasn't hallucinating.
I know. I trust you on that. That means someone must have taken the body. But when I got there, everything was still as it was. Even Skullface hadn't been touched. I can't see a reason to sneak into a place like
Boss,
that.
get down.
The biggest, heaviest...
The enemy sniper.
Las tensiones de los emotes
Stay low and crawl
eran...
along the ground. That should enable you to sneak past enemies.
That platform ran him over.
7TV.
Just ran him over.
You're saying that's not enough?
I don't want to believe it, but maybe not. He shrugs off
Better
bullets,
Touch
even
TV
rocket
y
strikes.
Franker Face
There's no
Z.
reason to think that would finish him. It seems
Pero la
ridiculous, but
que está mejor de todas es
I'll start gathering
7TV
eyewitness
porque
accounts just in case.
es la que te deja agregar
Dig up
más
anything concrete, I
más
wanna know.
emotes.
You'll be the first.
Y ahí
if
tienes
I
emotes
dig anything up.
But
I hope to hell I don't.
en formato GIF y en formato normal. Porque las otras, aparte que te dejan nada más poner poquitos, creo que nada más es en Better Twitch TV donde te deja poner emotes de los que se mueven y en las otras ya no te deja. Así que UKTV emotes Don Lucho. Míralo si le sabe. Emotes Don Lucho. Sí, nada más con 7TV ya con eso. Porque aparte puede como que leer los de Better Twitch TV. O sea, puede 7TV leer lo de los otros, se supone, ¿no? A mí luego me falla eso y no aparecen, pero bueno.
You gonna extract him? That's the target.
Что происходит? Что такое? Солдат упал! Что за... Что это?
Te quiero, Kiko-chan. Pues por eso yo no las he quitado, ¿no?
He's coming too. Roger that.
Sí, vi, Kupalik, sí, vi. Que incluso añade al Mr. Beast falso, ¿no?
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Volgan, the GRU colonel.
What the fuck. ¿Quién me vio? Literalmente ni me ve, bro.
Shagohod during Operation Snake Eater 20 years ago.
Bro,
Despite
está del otro
suffering
lado.
severe burns to his entire body, he still clung alive. After you left Seleniarsk, Volgan's body was taken to a research institute in the outskirts of Moscow. Modern medicine couldn't explain why he was still alive. Not that the colonel...
He's coming too. Roger that.
That constant electric current he had running through his body that he could unleash at will. To be honest, I was always uncomfortable around him. Thought I might get electrocuted just by standing nearby. The institute studying him was tasked with investigating and developing human paranormal abilities. The comatose Volgan was used to further the Soviet Union's research into such abilities. But not long ago, the facility burned to the ground. And Volgan's body was never found among the rubble, even though the fire started in the room where they were keeping him. This occurred at around the same time you woke up. If Skullface was right, and a thirst for revenge can turn a man into a demon and keep the dead alive, then this man on fire who's been coming after us ever since you woke up, well, that just might be what's left of our old friend Volgan. It's not over yet. Back in '64, in Seleniarsk, You brought his plans for a utopia down
Ahora
in
pregunto
flames.
si esto te lo dicen
That
antes
grudge
de
is
que tú lo
what's keeping
sepas.
him alive. The day the research facility holding Volgan burned down, a Soviet jumbo passenger jet happened to crash nearby, far away to the north of that hospital in Cyprus. On board the plane was a young boy who was being studied at the same facility. The plane fell to Earth from over 8,000 feet, but the boy's body was the only one not recovered. At almost exactly the same time as the crash, Volgan awoke in that facility. According to the Research Institute's documents, the gifts this boy demonstrated included psychokinesis and telepathy. To protect his mind from
Hablando de
being inundated
Psychomantis,
with
¿no?
other people's thoughts, he always wore a kind of gas mask. A rudimentary form of psychic insulation, apparently. We don't know where this boy is, but if Skullface is connected to him, we may cross paths with him yet. This
Oh,
boy
fuck.
is part of a new age
Odio
where
esta parte.
nothing we understand about the world makes sense anymore. Don't let your guard down.
Sí, pero ese más emotivo cuando eso. Es que este me lo dan antes de que vaya por su cuerpo ahí tirado o después de eso.
You gotta extract him.
Uy, no, es Psychomantis, no le digo que Kion ya estaba planeando el Senraku a 0-10. No, pandilla, antes Kojima sí se esforzaba poniendo los easter eggs. Tengo que utilizar mi laptop del año del caldo. Pero ya quedó, ¿no? Ya quedó.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Pero Windows 7 ya no tendrá que usar Windows Vista. Para unas partidas de mínima relación. Pero de Fortnite.
Detected. The map has
Nat, ¿por qué estás abriendo LOL?
Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Nos van a ver la película de Morbius. Morboséate. Esta cosa. No, también se me olvidó poner el cassette. No íbamos a jugar LOL.
About the pathogen spreading through Mother Base. You've seen everything we've got on the outbreak. What's your opinion?
¿Y está la LOL explota?
A vocal cord parasite.
No, sí jala, sí jala.
And judging from this casualty list, it is the Kikongo strain,
What the fuck?
meaning a breed of parasite that triggers symptoms upon detecting pronunciation specific to Kikongo. Kikongo.
So
Kikongo.
our Kikongo-speaking staff are at risk.
Quite so.
He's right. All the victims do speak Kikongo.
So they can survive if they just use another language.
There is no guarantee. You're only dealing with the Kikongo strain. Other language strains may be present. You well know he was teaching them languages from all over the world.
The Devil's House. Nzoya Badia.
Aquí es cuando te dicen esto, miren.
There is no way to know.
Qué bueno que te lo dicen en los cassettes que obviamente voy a escuchar.
So how do we keep them from becoming symptomatic? You mentioned using microbes.
Use this. A type of Wolbachia. Introduced to a sample of the parasite.
Wolbachia.
A parasitic bacteria that colonizes the parasites, turning male to female and preventing copulation. You must cultivate more.
Los deja tener
What have you
sexo.
done with the infected bodies?
Cremated to stop the spread of infection. But we did keep a few for study.
Good. Take this sample, grind it to a pulp, and introduce it to the larvae now nesting in the dead. The Wolbachia will multiply rapidly within those larvae.
They're soldiers, not some petri dish.
Conventional
Se
cultivation
pone a tiqueritos, por
will
favor.
take too long. Extract the Wolbachia from
But
those larvae
dicen,
and vaccinate your men.
un trapito no está tan mal, ¿eh?
Roger that.
This is the fastest, surest way. No one is to speak a word of Kikongo until the Wolbachia are safely inside them. I will instruct your medical staff in detail on site. You have the appropriate facilities.
Yes, but
Do not worry. I made a pact with your bit de Holone on the honor of the Dene. I speak no lies. Keep it.
Will do. Follow me. I'll take you to the medical
Listo,
team.
güey.
Now, we must wait for the Wolbachia to multiply in the larvae.
How is the disease transmitted? It's carried by insects or rodents, then.
There is no intermediate host.
So,
The vocal cord parasites lay their eggs in the
You gotta extract him.
Most hatch and migrate to the lungs, but some are transported to the mouth through ciliary movement, mixing in with saliva.
saliva. Droplet transmission.
sneezing, coughing. Any food or water containing infected saliva. It would spread fast.
Indeed. And when the larvae migrate to the lungs, symptoms can resemble the early stages of a cold, making it easy to infect others.
Meaning a simple conversation would be enough to pass it on.
All right, so what happens after the larvae migrate to the lungs?
Okay, subject is in.
Extraction arrived at
They
the
mature
place.
by feeding on alveolar tissue. It is only then that noticeable symptoms appear in the host.
And by that point, it's too late. He's infected everyone else. It's one hell of a weapon you've created.
That is what Blagana wanted. Something that would spread easily.
Marker removed.
In truth, he's not the reason.
¿Quién lo diría que el cobicho?
We will discuss that another time.
The Wolbachia have multiplied. We're preparing to extract them and begin vaccinating. But is this really the only way? Sure, it'll prevent infection, but the cost?
You would rather remove their vocal cords?
No. Tactical communication's the linchpin of what we do.
What if we were to ban the use of Kikongo?
Insufficient. First, there's no guarantee that only the Kikongo strain is here. Second, there is the matter of how the parasites lay their eggs. Before they can copulate, they must be exposed to the pronunciation of a specific language for a period of time, like a container filling with water. But the duration between when the container is full and when the copulation actually begins varies from case to case. In other words, even if the infected stop speaking as a countermeasure, it may already be too late. The only true solution is to prevent copulation through the Wolbachia, or by physically removing the affected tissue.
Do any antiparasitics work?
It sounds as
O
though you
pidiéndole
have
a tu
already
pana
tried.
el diablo que te lo quite con sus poderes mágico especiales.
Nothing.
I have yet to find a medicine that can remove the parasites. At best, it temporarily covers their ears.
Why is that?
Because the parasites are companions to us. To remove them inevitably harms the host.
Companions.
More than you think. And this is why the human immune system cannot eliminate them.
Please select a drop point. Supplies requested.
Comentas con el doctor de magia en la mochila. ¿Quién lo
Supply
diría?
drop complete.
We've inoculated the staff with Wolbachia to keep them from becoming symptomatic.
That should also contain the infection.
How did this happen in the first place?
It has to have been a Cypher spy within our ranks.
If this is so, then why the Kakongo strain? If their intent was to wipe you out.
Skullface said the remaining English parasite was close to the boss. If this latest strain was his doing, he wouldn't have tipped his hand.
It is possible someone brought eggs onto the base. Without knowing. Stuck to their shoes. Clothing.
Now, that makes the most sense to me.
Then where did the eggs come from?
You mentioned that your boss visited Nzoya Badiopulu.
Sure, but his gear's disinfected immediately upon return.
Then he was not the
And not just the boss. All staff dispatched to high-risk regions were quarantined on the flight back. When the symptoms first appeared, we checked and disinfected all equipment used up to that point. Any and all prisoners, soldiers, materials, and animals extracted during missions were also quarantined.
So, that just leaves...
I have seen children around here. Where are they from?
All over. Some were being held hostage at a mine. Then there were the troublemakers at Wala Yamasa.
Wala Yamasa?
Yeah.
Their clothes, their things. Did you burn them?
They're just kids. We couldn't. And besides, not one of them's shown symptoms.
The parasites don't infect
Y aquí es donde te explican que los niños fueron los culpables. Ah.
Their vocal cords are not fully developed.
Well, if infection doesn't occur in children...
It is possible they carried eggs on their clothes, and the infection spread from them.
Check the kid's stuff.
I doubt there is any trace left by now.
And if there is, some of those kids must be close to hitting puberty.
Les dije que los
How
mataran.
could we have missed this?
The name Wala Yamasa got quite a reaction from you. I'm guessing the Kakongo strain was released in that village.
Cypher used that region to experiment with vocal cord parasite transmission. The Kakongo strain. The settlements around the refinery upstream
Como siempre, Yamil defendiendo a sus panas.
were the proving grounds. They would infect one villager and record transmission speed. Dangerous work. If they failed to contain the infection, it would slip into the surrounding regions.
At which point the world found out about the parasites, making
Oye,
them useless
Yamil.
as a weapon.
¿Qué eres así,
Incredible
pues?
they'd risk such a thing.
The test site was densely populated too. A terrible place for such experiments. No doubt. They thought burning everything would wipe away all traces. The settlements were covered in oil anyway. Who would wonder if one day they caught fire? And so it did. They burned it all. Living and dead.
Those remains.
But they miscalculated. Transmission speed was far faster than anticipated. It may have been the temperature, or hygiene standards, or perhaps the parasites reacted quickly to Kikongo. Whatever the reason, nearly all villages were swiftly infected, and the settlements reduced to mounds of corpses.
Ah, yo creo que sí, Marco.
Making matters worse, the dry
¿Verdad,
season
Yamin?
was ending. When it came time to burn
Ya lo vas a
the
pasar tu
village,
setup, ¿no, Yamin?
the Moneni River had swelled. Many of the bodies were waterlogged.
Meaning they didn't burn completely.
Y ya hasta el Vincent lo pasó, bro.
Still contained viable eggs.
Y el
and the
Vincent nunca
larvae
pasa nada.
washed downstream. And when the people downstream drank that
¿Verdad,
water,
Vincent?
That marked the end for Bwala Yamasa.
I learned all of this at the mansion. I warned him of the risk of eggs getting out.
And?
We are prepared for any eventuality.
I get it.
Exacto,
Putting the oil
Vincent,
field back
exacto.
online. The oil leaks, saner. They plan to pollute the river, prevent the spread of infection.
¿Así no van?
The oil
Bueno,
flow was stopped,
no
and
se diga más.
downstream, the people of Masa Village
A
started
bañar
using
al
the water
Carlos.
again. The PF soldiers
No quieres que
deployed
bañemos
at the
Carlos,
village
di
were
algo.
locals, spoke Kikongo. They were infected, and the kids survived.
I've heard enough.
And who stopped the flow of oil?
Don't.
We did.
That confirms it. The source of the Kikongo strain infection was Masa Village. And the children brought it here. It is no one's fault. There is no blame to be cast.
The parasites, they were tested in other regions?
Their physiology requires that they be tested.
Ya, Yamin, ¿por qué? Dinos más bien por qué no lo quieres pasar. ¿Qué es lo que te da pena? Que veamos que
So it
tienes
was the parasites there.
una compu tipo la de Fairwinter.
Tajik languages are spoken in the mountains of Afghanistan, and population density is low. Ideal testing grounds for how accurately the parasites target only the specified language.
¿Quieres que vamos que ir con Carlos?
That's the target.
Spread of infection.
And the results?
The first test, I am told, was a success. Once the Pashtun Mujahideen were infected with the Pashto strain, they were all but wiped out.
The Hamid fighters at Smasei Fort.
It was doubly successful. No Tajik Mujahideen or Soviet soldiers became symptomatic.
So the parasites proved to be effective. What about the second test?
Also supposedly a success.
A ver si es cierto, Yamin.
Was the target.
No, te recuerdo que hay una personita por ahí que también luego promete cosas y no las pasa, ¿eh?
In this, they failed.
And the village?
The Soviets enacted a standard scorched earth operation.
That must have been the village where Malak lived, before being held captive at La Marjata.
Having had more time to think on it, the details shared with me may have been false. They are madmen who would do anything to cover up the truth.
They
You gonna extract him?
tossing their problems in the fire.
As a boy, Scarface's life went up in flames. Perhaps that is what fuels his fixation with fire.
Your Wolbachia stopped the infection all right, but I still don't get it. How can a few bacteria change?
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
It is not such a rare thing in the natural world. Many insects and nematodes are infected with Wolbachia.
But why?
They nest in the cell cytoplasm of the host, even in the egg cells.
Y si le echamos de ese a los humanos también se vuelven trapitos.
Born infected.
Mother to child transmission.
However, Wolbachia cannot nest in sperm because they do not have cytoplasm. So even a successful infection of a male ends after a single generation. This means the Wolbachia must resort to
Es el origen de
maximizing
Kit-Chat.
the population of
¿Quién lo diría?
infected females.
Sounds like an ethnic cleansing campaign on a tiny scale.
Gender change from male to female is their survival tactic.
So more females means more Wolbachia carriers, so it can keep thriving in the following generations.
But the parasites in a human host are supposed to be a mating pad. If there's no male, there'll be no offspring at all. It's killing itself.
Slow down. This tactic is intended for environments where a single male can copulate with multiple females. Originally, the Wolbachia did not infect the vocal cord parasites. I created a mutated strain, modifying the Wolbachia so that it could infect monogamous pairs. The Wolbachia's greatest multiplying tactic, the male-to-female change, worked against itself in the monogamous parasites. Just as you said. Then, I performed repeated selection of Wolbachia strains until I achieved 100% certainty of male-to-female conversion.
Creating female-female pairs, unable to reproduce.
And you say the Wolbachia affects the host of the
Oh,
host,
fuck.
that is, us, cutting off our means to reproduce?
It is almost certain. Of course, we will not turn female. After all, mammals possess no natural gender-changing function. But some Wolbachia strains can cause cytoplasmic incompatibility in the host.
Is that some cell deformity?
Put simply, it means the altered sperm of infected males kill the female's egg on contact.
And that's happened to us?
Yes. And yet, what occurs in humans is not just simple CI. To date, there are no cases of Wolbachia affecting humans. The fact that this strain causes this effect, is it the vocal cord parasite's affinity with humans? I do not know enough to say for sure.
So the parasite warps the host. Reminds me of what Skullface said.
It is the way of all organisms to create their own optimal environment. Just look at you and this base. Organisms that cannot do this are doomed to extinction. The difference with parasites is that their environment is another organism. That creates a connection between life and life. Parasitism, symbiosis, or death. In this way, the host too is challenged to adapt.
Крыс, пошел!
Tremendo golpe, ¿no? ¿Sabes qué se me gustó eso, no? Menciona otra temporada, la cuarta de Kuroshitsuji. Y que cada temporada del canon tiene como 100 años de diferencia de edición. Podría ser peor, Nat.
You gotta extract him.
Podría haber salido la última temporada hace 10 años. Hace más de 10 años ya. ¡Jesús! Viene el deseo del mal. Pero me dijo nada sobre el final de cuentas. Pues qué te puedo decir, nada. 20 de 10, tremenda obra maestra. Y no lo digo solo porque sí terminaron casadas las wife. Pero sí, es como dijeron ustedes dos, tú y Carlos en el nuevo momento. O bueno, no sé si lo dijeron, pero yo lo sentí. Como que faltaron 10 episodios ahí, ¿no? Como que vencieron a los malos muy rápido. Pelea con unas dos. Es que sí, al menos hubiera sido chido otros, no sé, 4 episodios, contando el último. O sea, que el último no hubiera sido este, sino otros 3 más. Al menos, ¿no? También medio random que no se muriera nadie, ¿no? Como dijo Nata, yo también me paniqué cuando estaban saliendo todos los fantasmas de las navidades pasadas. Y de repente allí en medio la Zuleta, ¿no? Y yo, what the fuck?
Help me!
Acá lo lleva todo Shadik.
Side-ops list updated.
Shadik echándose la culpa de todo, no, hombre.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Que a mí casi le cortaron la cabeza de Shadik. Oye, sí es cierto también. Tremenda nerfeada, ¿no? Y no se lo cortaron, se lo tuzaron, se la dejaron bien con su pelo, ¿no? Mínimo un corte de CR7 o algo, pero no. Se lo pusieron al... ¿Cómo se llamaba la cabra? Pusieron a la cabra a mordisquearle la cabeza, pareciera.
That facility with all the people laid out in rows. The abandoned factory Shabani was held in. It is precisely
Tico, pareciera que pusieron a Tico a...
was coding languages into the vocal cord parasite. They infected the subjects with the parasite, then made an incision in the
a raparla y la rapó mal.
the vocal cords. That allowed them to play recordings of a desired language.
Pero sí, estuvo buena. En pocas palabras, estuvo buena, pero puede estar mejor. A mi parecer no le ganó a Iron Blooded Orphans, que son las dos que he visto, ¿no? Completas de Gundam.
They do not learn as a function of intellect. Then how do they do it? What language the parasites react to is coded into their genes. You could expose the Japanese strain to English for years, and it would never learn the language and react to it. The pronunciation, rhythm, and structure are different.
Roger.
What about, say, Spanish and Portuguese? Linguistically, the two are very close.
Yeah, they're both Ibero-Romance languages.
Even so, a Spanish language mating pair exposed to Portuguese will not copulate. Only when they hear Spanish. Only then. And the majority of their offspring will be the same.
So it's a literal case of a mother tongue.
But if that's so, I don't see how the different strains can be created in the first place.
Well, among the many thousands of
Oye,
offspring, there may
somos
be
panas
just a
él y yo.
few that react to Portuguese.
You're talking about mutations.
Correct.
De una vez
Playing the
reaccioné a su
tapes
directo.
helps to identify the mutant strains. Those specimens are then isolated and bred with one another. From their children,
Ándale, una bodita, nada, hubiera estado
specimens
mejor.
that react more
No
strongly
su
to Portuguese can
timeskip de
again
3
be
años, bro.
selected and bred. Repeating this process creates a strain that reacts solely to
Un
Portuguese
besito, aunque sea, ¿no?
and never
Yo digo,
to
yo digo.
Spanish. Mutation and selection.
No es por morboso, pero
So you kept increasing the change over the generations, adapting them to languages from all over the world. Must have taken a hell of a lot of patience.
More like patience. Just how many died for this?
There's something I still don't get. In order to tell which larvae will react to Portuguese, you'd have to let them develop and then see which copulate. That means you'd need tens of thousands of guinea pigs. There's no way you could do that in a facility that small.
For normal selective breeding methods, you would be right. But there is a more effective selection method when training the vocal cord parasites.
Go on.
It is not only when mating that the parasites listen for language. Shortly before hatching, larvae display markedly increased activity in reaction to particular language. The active eggs can be identified under a black light. So the eggs that react to Portuguese are selectively placed in the throats of subjects. So you see, narrowing down strains that react to the target language is an effective process. Though I'm sure that even so, many lost their lives to create the various strains.
Taken against their will into that dungeon.
There are two reasons for playing the tapes for the parasites. One, to isolate the eggs that respond to the target language. And two, to cause the specimens raised from the selected eggs to mate.
I get how the system works. But why do they respond to language before they even hatch? It's not like they can mate from inside an egg.
It is because the larvae learn the language before hatching.
You mentioned that what language the parasites respond to is hard-coded into their genes, and that they don't have the brain power to actually learn a language. But then you say that the larvae at Nzoia Badia Bulu were learning the languages in the egg. Your story doesn't add up.
Your country is home to a unique songbird. The Japanese bush warbler.
Sure, what of it?
What a beautiful call it has. But no bush warbler can sing it perfectly at the start. As chicks, they can barely chirp at all. They must learn from their parents and other adult birds. Only then can they sing properly and attract females. So naturally, there are individual differences.
Ah, fuck. Te veo que estás escuchando ahora. ¿Qué onda, digo? No. Las pistas de audio dicen que ya estoy hasta la goma. Y no llevamos ni la mitad, creo. O bueno, vamos como a la mitad. Y sí, Spat, eso ya lo habíamos dejado claro. Pero sí. Lo que estaban haciendo al ponerle los audífonos en las gargantas era hacer que aprendieran el idioma.
But then you say that the larvae at Nzoia Badia Bulu, your story.
This tweaking ensures that the grub. Why would they have sex? Yes. Learning the host's speech pattern before hatching attunes the larvae to what it is adapting.
Selective breeding.
Of course. It was more important to use, as I mentioned.
You could wipe out a neighboring ethnic group by accident if their pronunciation is too close.
What you say is true. In that sense, they are imperfect as ethnic cleansers. But for his purposes, they are good enough. His objective was not to exterminate any one ethnic group, but to render the world's lingua franca, English, inert.
Jesus. Falta un buen pan. Qué mal, puedo poner a hacer mientras escuchamos audios, ¿vale?
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Sale un Fortnitecito. No, Yamil, es que si no, no pongo atención.
Side ops list updated.
Side slips updated. Falta del 23 al 26. ZZZ están las misiones secundarias, porque siempre son las mismas. Vas por algún prisionero, o por algún plano, o por algún soldado, pero pues lo mismo lo extraes. Prisionero otra vez. Sacar a la oveja pequeña perdida es extracción. Capturar animal legendario, extracción. Sacar a soldados de ambulantes, extracción. Perro desafortunado, extracción. Eliminar la infantería pesada es destruir, pero está cool. Contacta a Emmerich, esta me suena. Limpieza de minas son las como que las más chuscas, porque explotas cada que caminas. Eliminar los vehículos blindados son como la de los tanques. Pura cochinada.
Please select a mission.
Vamos a volver a poner a farmear,
Mission
¿no?
accepted.
Y mientras hacemos algo más.
Deploying. C2W. Una chaqueta que Carlos no viene, pero se la chaquetea del lugar que esté. Oigan, ¿y el Carlos?
Boss, you need to disable the Soviets' reinforcement system by putting a hole in their base-to-base comms network. Head for the Eastern Communications Post and destroy its comms equipment. First, use the binoculars to locate the communications equipment at the facility.
Me quedé agüitado con el final de 16. No te agüites, bro, es un videojuego.
The map has been updated.
Desde que le dijimos bodega, su bodega se enojó. Como siempre enojado con... Ay, ya llegué. Es de noche y ya llegué. Y me agüita. Un videojuego, bro. Malo fuera que quisieras ponerle más ventiladores a tu PC, activar el Windows 10 y que la limpiaran y le pagaras a alguien por hacerlo, ¿no? Digo, le afecta el juego. Qué tonto, le afecta el juego. Mientras tanto los quimpanas escuchando la canción de... La canción de... o Quiet también. Nada más 54 cassettes, pandilla. Let's go.
About this OKB-0 Emmerich was talking about. Its location and features match the citadel in the mountains northeast
Yo
of the
también,
Soviet
Marco, la
base
verdad.
camp. Built during the time of Alexander the Great, it was left in ruins following one of Genghis Khan's campaigns. Its occupants changed
Tocó el
time
plan
and
global, les
again
llegará
due to
a 10 años
war,
después
and it
desapareció.
was expanded on more than one occasion.
Lo
Ultimately,
chusco es
it
que
fell
ese ya
into the
pasó en
hands of
Japón.
the Soviet philosophers. The Soviet army was using it as the headquarters of its Afghan invasion force. But it would seem that Skullface's connections
Yo
with
de
the
hecho hoy tengo una
philosophers
carta de
gave him
esa
license
colaboración.
to develop Sahelanthropus
En el equipo de
there.
ahorita, de la colaboración de
And
ahorita,
that's
para
what Emmerich was doing at the
farmear
place
punto.
before he got the axe. But OKB is a designation the Soviets use for weapon design bureaus. There's no way they'd have one of those in Afghanistan. And in principle, the numbers that follow OKB are always integers above 1. There is no 0. Perhaps this was a secret facility of the Soviet and Chinese philosophers dating back prior to World War II. Though it's more likely Skullface just picked a fake name that more or less fit the Soviets' pattern. He doesn't go there often, but he sure as hell won't miss this. They use the heliport on top of the tower for his visits. Start by heading for the heliport. Then wait for your chance to make contact with Skullface.
It seems Sahelanthropus' armor is made from depleted uranium. That offers some serious protection. The U.S. military is planning on using it for its main battle tanks, too. Maybe that's where Emmerich got the technology.
Uranium? They're using nuclear fuel for armor now?
No. What they use for nuclear fuel is uranium-235, which is extracted from natural uranium. Depleted uranium is a byproduct of that process. Sort of like the leftovers, I guess. The garbage. Uranium-235 makes up
La garbaggio.
72% of natural uranium, whereas depleted uranium contains only 0.2%.
What are the benefits of using it for armor?
It's a pretty short list. Uranium's a heavy metal, like lead.
Heavy
Meaning it can
metal.
hold a greater amount of kinetic energy.
Turu, tu,
But it
turu,
also
turu,
boasts
turu,
a
tu,
hardness
turu,
closer
turu.
to tungsten. That makes it an ideal material to use for, say, armor-piercing ammunition penetrators. But it's not the best choice for armor. Its volume is less than that of ceramics, but for an equal weight, you could end up with less protection.
So why use it then?
According to Emmerich, it came down to him being unable to source ceramics technology from a manufacturer. Plus, given that it's an upright walking vehicle, he wanted to reduce the bulk of certain areas. Despite all that, depleted uranium still makes for some tough armor, and Emmerich says it's been proven in live fire tests. It stops most Soviet tank shells. Emmerich didn't go with depleted uranium for Sahelanthropus' armor because of its strength.
He had nukes in mind.
Exactly. It's meant to use its body as the fuel component for a nuclear weapon. Sahelanthropus uses built-in uranium enrichment archaea to melt its own body and extract uranium-235 from the depleted uranium in its armor. Those archaea perform the enrichment in an extremely short time. The concentration jumps by a factor of several hundred, from 0.2% to over 90%. The end result being highly enriched weapons-grade uranium. Sahelanthropus' body itself becomes a nuclear bomb. Emmerich says if it were to self-destruct, the nuclear yield would be somewhere in the region of 15 kilotons. Since you need about 50 kilograms of highly enriched uranium to trigger a nuclear reaction, that would mean Sahelanthropus contains something like 23 tons of depleted uranium.
That's not very much.
No, it isn't. That's about what you'd expect to find in a main battle tank's armor. The point is, it can be transported anywhere, even use its conventional weaponry on the battlefield, and the international community will never suspect a thing.
God. God. Ah, pero creo que no lo escucharon, ¿verdad? Para que esté completo el del SPAT.
Clouds approaching. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. You have arrived at your
You made it.
destination.
First, use the binoculars to locate the communications equipment at the facility.
I just received word from the R&D team and the transport team out of Afghanistan. They finished installing Sahelanthropus on the base. It's ours now.
All right. Don't let any of the staff touch that thing. Especially Emmerich.
Of course. That guy's crush on Sahelanthropus is beyond a joke. Guess he really wants to see his tech stand on its own two
What
legs
am I
this time.
fighting for?
That's not gonna happen.
I know it. So you've got no plans to make it operational again?
Damn right.
Boss, I want to hear it straight from you.
Hear what?
What the hell do you want with that thing? The drive is busted. It's not like it has a
Esperemos.
nuke on board. Even if the metallic archaea could turn it into a nuclear weapon, all it can do is self-destruct. Sahelanthropus just isn't a weapon anymore. It'll draw unwanted attention without even being a deterrent.
I know.
The weapons development strut sank 2 feet under that thing's wake. That's 1 year's drop in a single night. We've started on reinforcing the strut, but there's no guarantee it'll hold up if a storm hits.
I know that too.
Boss, why keep it?
It's a mark. Us Diamond Dogs, we don't have a country to call home. That means we have no past, nothing to prove that we lived. Every one of us threw it all away when we came here. Sahelanthropus is a symbol to show that the likes of us brought at least one crisis to its end.
A mark in history.
Lo
So we
dijo.
can't just fade away.
It's of no practical use to us, but we still need it.
A symbol of what we've done. I'm glad I sounded you out on this. Snake, on behalf of all of us, I want to thank you.
I don't need gratitude. I need security. Keep Emmerich away from that thing.
Roger that.
Buen trabajo, Mantén alejado al Kiwi. El Miller.
Enemy
Supongo que eran unas
presence
hamburguesas.
detected. The map has been updated.
No, esto me están haciendo el video porque no me paraba de reír cuando pongo la canción con todos y volverla al audio. A ver, vamos a ver. Tururururu. Por eso no ha puesto el otro. El próximo audio.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Vamos a subir este video y le vamos a poner The Phantom Kuka. Ya sé que le falta ponerle un Kion ahí, pero no tengo un Kion punisheado, porque el Sonic no lo ha hecho. Gracias, Sonic. Nice. Yo me haré mi propio Kion punisheado. Eso es lo que haremos en lo que escuchamos más audios.
Volcanic craters spewing sulfur. Water hot enough to boil your skin off. Ocean depths of 800 plus atmospheres. Wastelands radioactive enough to kill you where you stand.
No, Sonic, espera, deja de intentarlo.
Organisms that survive despite. No. Because of living in such environments.
I've heard about them. Extremo something.
Extremophiles. By selecting certain species, then subculturing and repeatedly modifying them, I created a metallic offspring of pure archaea. They subsist on metals rather than organic matter.
And some of them even consume uranium?
Yes. Uranium enrichment archaea metabolize only uranium-235. As a result, they produce weapons-grade enriched uranium.
How is that possible?
Consider how plants fractionate carbon isotopes when they conduct photosynthesis. Nature possesses abilities beyond our imagination.
So it was archaea that brought down your chopper?
Corrosive archaea, yes. They oxidize metals, feeding off the energy in the electrons they receive. What became of the wreckage?
We had the R&D team retrieve samples for study in airtight plastic containers, of course.
Prudent. We shall extract archaea from it in good time. They should help you fight back against Blagana.
Any chance we could start now? It doesn't have to be a lot. I might just have another use for them.
If it's only a small amount you need.
That's fine. I'll get the R&D team to assist. Let's go.
South Africa was previously suspected of developing nuclear weapons. It already had a conspicuous presence at the UN because of apartheid and its armed expansionism. But when neighboring Angola and Mozambique became socialist countries in '74, South Africa felt hounded into a corner. So it accelerated its nuclear program to protect itself. 3 years later, the Soviets discovered a test facility, and 2 years after that, an American satellite observed a flash in the southern Indian Ocean. It said this was South Africa conducting a nuclear test with the help of a certain ally. Skullface used the situation in South Africa to get this ally to lend a
invitando
hand.
su basura,
They
bro.
both wanted nukes, so it was a mutually beneficial relationship. On the surface, anyway.
I figure South Africa started getting serious about nuclear weapons production in '75. In '74, the government was still able to get by with bluffing that it had a nuclear arsenal. But the year after, word spread that an independent armed group in the Caribbean was crushed by Cypher for possessing a WMD. That's right, boss. What happened to you and your men was the reason South Africa decided to push ahead with nuclear development. A force independent of any country getting its hands on a nuke. That was a threat to the existence of countries everywhere. It wasn't just South Africa. Your presence pushed a lot of countries to get nukes. The world was scared of you. You were a threat to more than just the Cold War. If nations are gears in a machine, you had the power to smash them loose and watch the whole world grind to a halt.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Up.
You have arrived at your destination.
Uma capa. Una rata vieja.
Emmerich uses externally powered legs of his own design. It's Bionics technology, a product of the U.S. military's failed attempt to develop a powered exoskeleton. All the wearer has to do is apply a little force, and the actuators continue the movement in that direction. But his legs are unique. Instead of using a hydraulic mechanism, the actuators run off metallic archaea. That increases the actuator's reaction speed and also enables him to lock and release the joints at will. The legs are a nifty little gadget, but they have two clear weaknesses. First, they're dependent on external power, maybe because he built them knowing he couldn't leave his lab. There's no internal battery. That's why they won't work if they aren't plugged in. Second, and this is more than just a weakness, the legs are directly connected to his bones.
No, mira, ahorita le robo el suyo al Vivos.
Output to the legs and the drive response from them. Either way,
El chiste es que nos tardemos
used bolts to attach
para escuchar los audios
directly to his femurs, probably by mimicking surgical treatment for compound fractures and the like. But the end result is those legs and his body are fused together. And that appears to be how he's able to move them so precisely. But that also means that any shock to the legs would be delivered right to his bones by way of those bolts. The same is true if he encounters the corrosive metallic archaea. If the corrosive archaea ate into the exposed bolts, they'd reach the endoskeleton parts and eat through them too in the blink of an eye. The doctor's bones are full of holes to accommodate all the bolts. They're like sponges. If he were to lose the reinforcing parts, even the tiniest bit of force or weight would snap his bones. So when I dangled those corrosive metallic archaea in front of him, he realized straight away what would happen. Life wouldn't be worth living if he lost those legs of his. I'd bet that is what the doctor fears the most. I just helped him imagine what it would be like. Thanks to that, I got the information we needed without either of us getting hurt. You know how he is. He's probably already over the shock. The better you know your adversary, the easier it is for you to get information from them. And vice versa.
What the fuck? Recuerden estar siempre sobre la capa correcta.
Clouds approaching.
said that the nuke Skullface was trying to spread around the world were equipped with a failsafe. Something that could shut them down at will. His will.
No sirve que
Quite so. After all, he needed a guarantee that a buyer wouldn't simply turn the weapons back on him.
So how can they be stopped?
The criticality trigger, that is, the detonator, is a complete black box design. Any attempt to dismantle it causes it to melt in seconds, using the corroding archaea. The design ensures that no detonation is possible
Enemy presence
unless
detected.
he
The map has
disengages
been
the
updated.
lock.
So he had a way to disengage it remotely.
Precisely. The client simply presses a button.
Enemy presence
At that
detected.
moment,
The map
the
has been
detonator
updated.
begins transmission with a surveillance satellite. The satellite reports to him how the client is trying to use the nuke. If he does not object, the lock is disengaged.
But if it's a risk to him in any way,
The detonator melts
Enemy
down.
presence detected.
The same
The
is
map
true
has been
if
updated.
detonation does not occur within a preset time after the lock is disengaged. The nuke is
Enemy
rendered
presence detected.
useless.
The map
Who
has
the hell
been
would buy
updated.
something with strings attached like that?
The client would never know until the moment they actually try to use it. Most likely, he would have explained the time delay as the detonators needing time to activate. And he only intended to sell to technologically primitive groups in the first place.
let me guess.
¿Se
He
le ve la
claimed it
ceja?
was
No
defective
se
and
le ve la
offer a
ceja.
replacement. Shadier than a used car salesman.
Skullface shakes your hand like a friend, using the other to
Por ahí,
control
¿no?
you like a puppet. This is how he works.
Tremenda entrada, ¿no?
This is Yellow Cake that Cypher was having the PFs
Ahora hay que
transport.
robarle su cuernito.
Before we met you, the boss recovered it from a truck crossing the savannah. Are there metallic archaea inside it?
Yes, the archaea metabolize uranium-235 to subsist. They must be stored inside Yellow Cake, or they
A ver
cannot
si encuentro uno
survive.
donde se vea más
So those
cuerno.
biological traces we took
Ah,
for
aquí se ve bien el
impurities
cuerno, creo que está muy
were
arriba
actually the
nada.
real cargo.
Of course, they are deactivated, so they do not trigger a sudden enrichment. They are like baker's yeast. Yet, they do gradually enrich the uranium. as
Desde
they
hoja ya
feed.
aparece Vegeta.
I imagine you detected weapons-grade traces.
Yeah, we did.
And the malachite that was loaded on the truck had traces of uranium in it too. So that's the flower, huh? Skullface was gonna sell do-it-yourself nuke kits. The uranium-enriching archaea complete with a user's manual. And the ores with the uranium could be sourced by the client or provided by Cypher.
Even the trace amounts buried in common ores can be enriched to weapons-grade uranium by the metallic archaea. Proving that must have been the most important factor of the trials. That and the ability to successfully prevent detonation.
So if the amounts of uranium in the ores are low enough, they can get past any inspection. And you only need a tiny amount of the archaea to act as the yeast. No great challenge to smuggle that either. The first step towards saturating the world with nukes.
His plan. That was not my intention. My only goal in developing the metallic archaea was to save the Diné.
What made you think a tool for creating undetectable nuclear
Todo
weapons
piñatón,
would
Fati.
save your people?
After 70 years, the Diné reclaimed the Navajo nation from which we were banished. We bore all the hardships of poverty.
¿Cómo lo hago para que parezca que
We
tiene
were proud to live off the land we called our own. But in the
lastimadito,
moment
pandilla?
the atomic bomb was dropped on Hiroshima, everything changed.
I don't get it.
The nuclear arms race between the US and the Soviet Union
Como que tiene una
began with the end of the Second World War. Suddenly,
así.
there was a massive demand
Así,
for
a ver.
uranium. And it was our ill fortune that the ground beneath the Navajo Nation was rich with uranium ore. The Black Ana government set up mine after mine, and many of the
Rosa más
Diné
oscuro.
worked them,
Y le acabo de multiplicar que la
never
canción.
informed of any danger. Every
Se
day,
dibuja la cicatriz.
they went
A ver,
to work with
es cierto.
no protection. The
Vamos a ver cómo lo hizo el
slag
Sonic en el
was
suyo.
simply piled out in the
You
open.
have arrived at your
When
destination.
rain fell, uranium traces left behind would seep out, and when the ground dried, it was blown about as dust. Land and water were contaminated, irradiated. Many of us became sick and died. That pain lives on to this day.
I had no idea.
Wanting more than
Una cicatriz
anything to
pene.
revive the land
A ver, vamos a
my
buscar cicatriz
forebears
peneje.
left to me. I was delighted upon discovering microbes that eat uranium. If they could be domesticated, I believed we could rid our land of uranium.
No hay cicatriz
Were you
PNG.
successful?
No. The research called for funding on a colossal scale. But nobody was willing to invest with no prospect of a return.
And that's when Skullface showed up.
Correct. I can save you and your people. We share the same will. That is what he said to me. And I believed him. Blagana forced me to abandon my uranium cleanup work and focus on nuclear weapons. And he held all the Diné hostage. Today, the uranium mines within the reservation are finally closing down. It is simply less expensive now to source uranium overseas.
New victims, different places.
But uranium is a tactical resource. To rely on a foreign country for it is a difficult decision to make. And he was in the perfect place to influence that decision.
He could have condemned your people to the mines forever.
Enemy presence
The
detected.
contamination
The
comes
map
not
has
only
been
from
updated.
uranium. The fallout from the Nevada nuclear tests also settled on our lands. As if our fortune were not already bad enough, we are also downwinders. To save the Diné, I must complete my original research.
Sun will rise momentarily.
Ah, ¿qué tal,
Enemy
pandilla?
presence detected. The map has been updated.
Acabo de multiplicar. No, pero se refiere a un efecto que se le puede dar a la capa, ¿no? No que multipliques la capa. Que también, ¿no? Por eso. Pues ya te ve punisheado, ¿no? Guardar como punish. Barba. Ah, cierto. ¿Cómo le dibujamos la barba, Bandy? Y así.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Hablando de capa nueva.
Weather will clear shortly.
Ahorita le hacemos.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Ahorita le rasuramos, ¿no? Se embarró a comer frijoles. De hecho.
Code Talker, haven't seen you eat a single thing since you got here. Let me guess. Photosynthesis?
Oh? What makes you say that?
Well, a long time ago, I knew someone with a similar ability.
Well, you are correct. Most of my body is covered with parasites. I supply them with water, and in return, I receive sugars they produce when exposed to light. It isn't just my skin either. The parasites also act as my eyes. They have replaced many of my internal organs as well. It is thanks to them that I live on after over a century.
How did you obtain them anyway? Through your research?
I would like to say as much, but there is more to it than that. Let me take you back 20 years. I had hit a dead end with my parasite research. Then I was approached by a foundation. They said they had a sample of an unusual strain of parasite.
Which foundation?
Apparently, they had links to ARPA. But that is all I learned. I was somewhat ignorant of the ways of the world. Just being able to study it was enough for me.
Yeah, I've heard that before. Go on.
Half in doubt, I visited them to discover the body of an old man. Well, to be precise, his partial remains. A collection of parts, you could say. The man had died in an explosion.
An old man, you say?
His flesh had not decomposed. In fact, the tissue's cells were still metabolizing. The parasite had infected, or should I say assimilated with, the tissues, and was keeping them alive. I became obsessed with studying the body parts, foregoing food and even sleep. Every day was filled with new discoveries. The parasite's biology, internal anatomy, life cycle. But there was only so much I could learn through observation. And so I made a decision. To truly know the parasites, I had to live with them.
So, you implanted them inside you from the dead man's flesh?
Correct.
Pues sí queda, ¿no?
It was quite a gamble, whether or not they would adapt to me. But fortunately, it appears I was compatible with them. Or perhaps, through my many years of research, my immune system learned to tolerate them.
Were they that body's only parasite?
Yes. However, there was a separate specimen that supplied its host with adrenaline in response to pain. And yet another that could control insects at will through secreting heterogeneous
¿Por qué se ríen de mi guión con Puny Shit?
I wanted
Y lo hice yo
exposure to
con
them,
mucho cariño.
to take them into me. But my wishes were denied. Their records, though, provided clues that helped advance my research.
Está bonito,
Would you
está
care
bonito.
to join me? A life spent never worrying about food is a most wonderful one.
I think I'll pass.
Enemy
But
presence
thanks.
detected. The map
This has been helpful.
updated.
Esa vez nos explicaron que desacraron el... Y aquí no se pinta. Al abuelo. Aquí no se pinta.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
What the
You have
fuck?
arrived at your destination.
С дороги! Отвали!
Ah, ya llegó. No, no digo que. What the fuck? Bueno. Está bien. Ya necesitamos borrarle la parte de abajo. Ya cortes, Vila.
The one that covers. The parasite that lives on the surface of the skull's bodies is what
Enemy
gives them
presence
their power.
detected. The map
Similar
has
to
been
my
updated.
children, who live in my skin. I modified the parasites I isolated from the body of that old man, differentiating them with various abilities. One that can blend perfectly into its surroundings by exposing the pigments in its cells at will. Another that, by harboring multiple species of metallic archaea, can oxidize and reduce metal. Isolating the one that covers and transplanting it into an artificial medium should provide the same abilities as the skulls, but they can only subsist within a human body. Once transplanted into the medium, they will eventually die. Another thing, the weakness of the one that covers is desiccation. Their surface moisture loss is greater than ours. The reason they give off mist is to alleviate this
Enemy
by
presence
releasing the
detected.
salts
The
inside
map
them
has
as
been
microparticles. Water vapor condenses around them, appearing as mist. But this dries out the atmosphere until they cannot even produce mist. And once their supply of water from the host runs out, the parasites are in danger. They, along with their host, enter a form of suspended animation. However, A similar effect occurs if they come into contact with a large amount of water. Rain, for instance. The one that covers will temporarily abandon other processes in his eagerness to absorb the water. Pitijolone. Make the weather your ally.
Pues dijo. La pura barba vacía.
There's something I've been wondering. Why are you called Code Talker? During World War II, the U.S. military used the languages of different tribes, including the Navajo, as codes, right? I know the term Code Talker was used to mean people sent to the battlefield to speak in those codes. Were you one of them?
Our mother tongue was indeed used for war. But I did not go. I was already over the conscription age. However, I was made to help craft the codes that were spoken. So in a wider sense, you could call me a code talker for that. Navajo is a complex language, and virtually no one outside the U.S. speaks it. They must have thought it was the perfect language to use as a code.
Yeah, in the end, the Japanese never cracked it. The cipher is king in information warfare.
Of course, they didn't simply speak in Navajo. They created substitutions for words according to a code book, and then translated those into our language. Young Diné was sent to the front lines of the Pacific Theater as code talkers. To fight is an honor for the Diné. They were the pride of our people. But I cannot say this history brings me joy. Words are alive. When they are spoken, life is breathed into them. They become a part of the listener. Our words were transformed into lifeless ciphers and used for war. This, after the Black Ana spent generations suppressing the language.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I
No
guess
voy a
we
ser por la
shouldn't be
pura
calling
barba.
you Code Talker, huh?
No, I do not mind. The reason Skullface called me
¿Por qué
Code
se burlan de
Talker
mi Kyonku
was
Puni
because
shit?
I also am responsible for coding language into the vocal cord parasites. I am the same as those young warriors, used for a cipher's sake. I must never forget that.
Ahora viene lo difícil, aprender cómo
Talker is a
modificar la carita para que
to my being.
la pueda poner ahí.
You said Skullface ordered you to weaponize the vocal cord parasites. But you also said he wasn't the reason.
And he wasn't. I was seduced by the parasites. That is a fact.
How? You mean from your curiosity as a scientist?
That I cannot deny. But there is more to it. The story goes back to the 19th century, to my earliest memory. One day, a man from the government visited our Hogan, our home. I cried as he yanked me from my mother's
Mira que empiece
arms
con la cara normal
and took me away to an Indian boarding
y
school.
luego cuando cambia,
From that day forward, I became George. This was the
que ahí
name my
sea
teacher gave me.
Kyonku
I was
Punishiao.
forced to give up my Diné name. Forbidden from speaking anything but English. If we dared utter a word of
Tengo que irlo
free
cambiando frame
Navajo,
por frame.
the teacher made us eat
¿Alguien
a bar
sabe
of
cómo
soap.
funciona esto?
Yeah. That was the U.S. government's education policy for Native Americans.
To erase our words was like erasing our people. Their education was tantamount to ethnic cleansing. Over time, the overt persecution of our language stopped. But to this day, it continues to be eaten away by the lingua franca, that is English. Many of the Diné outside the reservations can speak nothing else. And it isn't just our language. Across the world, minority languages are being destroyed by dominant languages. Many are on the verge of extinction.
Enter the vocal cord parasites.
Yes, I began thinking that minority languages needed some sort of deterrent against dominant languages. In order that their peoples and cultures would survive. It was then that I came across literature at the Foundation claiming that man acquired language thanks to a type of parasite, one that distinguishes between languages as a precursor to reproduction. If I could just resurrect it, make it more pathogenic, I would have my deterrent against English. But I failed to hide that aim from Skullface. He noticed. Yes, I wanted to retaliate against the English language, though never did I intend to actually use it as he planned. You know how the story ends. I was forced to study how to make the parasites compatible with all the world's languages.
Enemy presence
All
detected.
but English.
The map has been
However,
updated.
he in fact secretly isolated an English strain.
You have
I will
arrived
not be
at your
held
destination.
prisoner by the man's phantom. The English strain must not be allowed to exist either.
Weather will clear shortly.
Ha sido. A ver, creo que este es para que se vaya moviendo con el... Pero necesito otro. Crop, scale and tilt. A ver.
Enemy
Va a
presence
quedar bien
detected.
cool.
The map has been updated. Enemy presence
Bruh.
detected. The map has been updated.
No lo vieron, pero se cerró el programa. Otra vez. Está todo perdido, perdidijillo. Oh, fuck. Crashea. What am I fighting for? A ver. Lo rehacemos, no lo hace. Pues hay que poner otro audio, ¿no?
I have no doubt Skullface's plan is almost complete. At that point, I will no longer be of use to him. I must leave behind this record at least. a record of how the ancient vocal cord parasites became these abominable ethnic cleansing parasites. I believe he has two purposes for the ethnic cleansing parasites. The first, as their name suggests, is ethnic cleansing. This conflict between East and West that envelops the world will not last much longer. Once the Cold War ends, and the weight of America and the Soviet Union is lifted away, the ethnic conflicts they kept suppressed will all rise to the surface. It is not difficult to imagine that the radical sides will begin cleansing their adversaries. But what if an ethnic cleansing parasite matching the language of the aggressors were to be unleashed? The aggressors would be washed off the earth. At the very least, the idea that retaliation could eradicate your people would prove a powerful deterrent. The second purpose is the Englishization of the world. To cipher the organization, this is probably their main use. Man thinks in words, or rather, words are man's very means of thinking. If you erase a word representing some concept, the concept itself disappears from the world. Nishone means beautiful in Navajo, but the image that comes to mind when we say Nishone differs from the Blagana's beautiful. An azure sky, a rolling landscape, lush greenery. The meaning we place in Nishone has its roots in Dene culture. If we lose the word Nishone, the images of our beautiful homeland would be washed away into oblivion along with it, just as Orwell indicated years ago. Cipher, being based in America, is pushing Englishization for this very reason. Suppose all 5 billion people on this planet come to read, speak, and think in English. Their wills could also be streamlined under English. Cipher's control would be all the easier. Economic governance would progress in leaps and bounds. The ethnic cleansing parasites would be a great aid in accomplishing this goal. There is no need to destroy every language besides English. All they need to do is weaken other dominant languages competing with it. Russian, Chinese, Arabic. If people know they risk their lives speaking such languages, they will flock to the lingua franca that is English.
Creo que es ese efecto el que lo está creciendo.
Need not even focus attention on smaller languages. After all,
Lo bueno que ahora sí lo guardé.
they are already being eaten away by English. Business, education, film, commodities. English has permeated every area of global society. I can see this when I look at young Dene. Some of them have already lost their grasp of the Navajo language. It is said that over 2,000 languages of the world are facing extinction. This very moment, cultural concepts and forms of expression are disappearing forever. The spread of electronic networks gives greater meaning to Englishization. Networks have no national borders. By basing them on a single language, they can penetrate deeper into and between people. That basic point of unity provides the ideal environment for someone who aims to control people's wills. But how does this differ from building the Tower of Babel? The ethnic cleansing parasites attempt to rob man of his words. Such irony. It was the vocal cord parasites that gave words to him in the first place. Ancient man had no language. Unable to produce complex sounds due to the structure of the throat, he could communicate only through simple vocalizations and gestures. Then the vocal cord parasites infected his larynx. Man's transition to walking upright did not gift him solely with intelligence, but also with his voice. At the time, the vocal cord parasites never harmed man. They merely took a small measure of nourishment. In fact, you could call it a symbiotic relationship. Some animal species use particular vocalization patterns to attract a female and reproduce. Songbirds, certain insects, and also the vocal cord parasites. The difference is that the parasites themselves did not produce sounds. Rather, they had their hosts, man, do it for them. Once secure on the human host vocal cords, a male vocal cord parasite caused the host to produce a certain sound pattern, something like a warble of a bird. Meanwhile, females parasitizing other host pharynxes need only wait. Upon hearing the sound pattern of an attractive mate, they would manipulate their hosts into making contact with the person it came from. The female traveled through his host's saliva to the other host's vocal cords, where the male was waiting and the pair copulated. We can only imagine how the female manipulated his host, but it was probably through smell. Smells traveled directly to the limbic system via the olfactory cilia in the nasal cavity. Volatile compounds released by the female would stimulate the limbic system, which controls instincts, making the host feel amorous. This kind of sexual selection naturally led to competition between the male parasites. Males that had their hosts produce sounds perceived by females as more attractive succeeded in copulating and producing offspring. Evolutionary traits caused by sexual selection are curious. The peacock's feathers, the mannequin's dance, the firefly's luminescence pattern, even with courtship behaviors that are not advantageous to survival. Those individuals that excel in them produce offspring, and it escalates with each generation. The same was true of the vocal cord parasites. Courtship vocalization rhythms and intonations became more sophisticated, and in order for man to produce such sounds, they had to alter his vocal organs. By lowering the position of the larynx and developing resonating chambers, they enabled more complex pronunciations. But that was not all. The vocal cord parasites activated a transcription factor that would later control man's language ability. A protein that, due to its appearance, is called forkhead box protein P2, or FOXP2. Activating this transcription factor led to the development of brain function capable of creating sophisticated frequency changes. This was the pinnacle of the vocal cord parasite's prosperity. However, this sophisticated pronunciation control was too useful for man to ignore. Once human sexual activity ceased to be only seasonal, and having lost pigment-based sexual characteristics, distinctive vocalizations became the most effective means for humans to attract mates as well. Combined with logic pathways hardwired into the brain, or universal grammar, it was not long before advanced communication was possible. This was the birth of language. Luckily for man, it was around this time that a particular retrovirus was circulating. While not lethal, it infected not only man, but the vocal cord parasites as well. It is presumed that this virus removed part of the parasite's DNA and reverse transcribed it into man's reproductive cells.
Todo con, pero ahí va.
A vector. Among the genes it transcribed were the ones responsible for the production of language. The vocal cord parasite's vocalization genes
¿Puedo checarte?
written
Sí, puedo
into the
checarte.
human genome. The parasites were no longer of any use to man now. Man could use his
Los
voice as he
Kiompanas.
pleased, when he pleased.
Los Kiompanas cuando Kion les enseña su video editado.
Having lost their opportunity to reproduce, the parasites died out, leaving behind only the transcribed genes. The vocal cord parasites were once in symbiosis with man. Its genes even became a part of his. Humans and parasites are extremely close. As such, it will be extremely difficult for man's immune system to eliminate the vocal cord parasites. Even cutting them out will be no simple matter, which is exactly why these ethnic cleansing parasites are such a formidable weapon. The rise of the vocal cord parasites goes back approximately 300 million years to the Permian period. At that time, they were not even
Cuando veo los
parasites,
cuatro tumbados.
but predatory autotrophs.
Yo cuando veo que nos faltan
They are
20
believed to have been the common ancestor
horas
to
de
the
audio.
Pentastomida and the Cyclops genus of copepods. However, Earth's environment underwent a violent change at the end of the Permian period. The cause is unclear, but evidence suggests that over 90% of the Earth's organisms at that time died out. The most pronounced threat to the protoparasites was the severe reduction in oxygen concentration. The result was cladogenesis, a splitting that gave birth to a new strain that could parasitize other organisms' respiratory apparatus. This survival tactic helped lower their oxygen consumption, and inhabiting the throat kept them securely in contact with inhaled air. The best survivors were those that parasitized the reptiles that flourished at the time. Entering the Triassic period, the reptiles evolved into dinosaurs, and the protoparasites shared in their success. Dinosaurs developed respiratory organs called air sacs to adapt to the low oxygen environment. These in particular helped the protoparasites thrive. But another trial awaited them. The end of the Triassic period saw another drastic change in the Earth's environment. For most parasites, the male and female take the same host. Many are, in fact, hermaphrodites. Originally, the vocal cord parasites were as well. But for any strain to ride out a severe environmental change, it must secure a steady pool of genetic diversity. Another split. Now the newest strain procreated with mates found in other hosts. And in order to increase its encounters with those mates, the new strain utilized the voice
¿Esa es la clasificación? No he terminado de cargar. La verdad yo tampoco.
came to inhabit the
Debe
host's
ser
vocal cords. This
un Kion
truly
normal.
was the birth of the vocal cord parasite.
Cuando ves sus manchas que tirarse la de las cardinas.
Developed the host's pharynx to form resonating chambers and used them
Cuando ves un men que dice que las 100 novias no lo
relatively
atrapó.
upright posture of the dinosaurs was important in this, because the crooked L-shaped
No, que le anoche la reacción del men me dio mucha risa.
development of
Está chusca.
resonating chambers. These developments
Está
ushered in a
cotorra,
time of great
dirían por ahí.
prosperity for the parasites. But for the third time, the parasites had a major hurdle to overcome. The meteorite impact at the end of the Cretaceous period, which spelled the end of the dinosaurs.
No inventes, Pati.
Extinct,
Bueno, ya no nos falta tanto.
parasites had no option but to find a new habitat. Birds, as genetic successors to the dinosaurs, with functioning air sac apparatus already in place. Birds were the perfect choice. But the parasites could not survive in birds that flew at high altitudes with thinner air. So they parasitized ground-dwelling birds and altered their respiratory system for the sake of reproduction. They gave the birds the means to produce sophisticated
No eches la sal,
sounds.
Sonic.
The syrinx responsible for chirping. This is the proof that points to activation of FOX-P2 in songbirds as well as humans. The Cenozoic era began with a rise in oxygen concentration, which helped mammals to evolve and increase in size. The parasites then shifted to humans as a more effective host. Humans' bipedal upright walking meant that our throats could support larger resonating chambers. At first, vocal cord parasites entered humans using birds as their intermediate host. But eventually they changed to conducting their entire life cycle within human hosts. What happened next is as I have already described. People took the vocalizing prowess given them by the parasites and made it language. And once the parasites could no longer use it as their mating call, they died out. Or in other words, the parasites overcame all evolutionary hurdles except humanity. Skullface shared his opinion on this matter. He said the Ethnic Cleansers Project was sure to succeed. After all, the parasites had a grudge against us humans. To think we awoke them after such a long slumber, just so they could sate their thirst for vengeance. It is terrible, unforgivable, and yet, it is what I have done. I learned of the vocal cord parasite's existence in literature belonging to the Foundation. It was little more than a theory. The question was, why does only Homo sapiens among all primates have highly developed language? Human versus everything else. The missing link between these was the mystery that gave rise to this theory.
Ya casi tengo de metal
By the
menor.
idea of their existence in the Dene creation myth, the Neyo Dene, who first inhabited the world, were insect-like creatures. I came to imagine that those insect-like creatures could be humans living in symbiosis with the vocal cord parasites. But I had not the faintest idea of how I could resurrect them. That is when Skullface came to me. What he offered me was not just assistance with my metallic archaea research. He told me the vocal cord parasites really existed. And
Vamos a ver cómo quedó el video, ¿no?
they had already been.
Quedó bonito. Yo digo que quedó bonito. Yo opino que queda de haber quedado bonito. A ver, pero vamos a ver nada más la parte. Todo piñatón. Aparte como que al final como que se vuelve loco, ¿no? A ver. Ahí como que... Pero pues ya no creo que nadie se dé cuenta, ¿no? ¿Ustedes no se dieron cuenta o sí? Vamos a subirlo, vamos a subirlo. Me doy cuenta de que, exacto. A ver si no se cae el directo ahora que lo pienso. Está cayendo, pero anda. Sí, bueno, 40 segundos y ya. Ahí aguanten, aguanten. Ya, ella se acabó de subir. Ya debería de ponerse normal. ¿What? ¿Cómo que murió? Se murió. Dijo ejeje. 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 Como mona china, Mandy. Ejeje. Literalmente durante este juego, Spat. Literal. Llevamos 80%, pandilla. Y resultó ser la waifu, que sad. Los paras ya mimilos. No le hace, bro. Tampoco, yo tampoco. Es de los top, la verdad. Con todo respeto, pero. ¿De qué fuéramos Jamil cuando le pides ese dop? Ni que fuéramos Carlos, así. No, quién sabe, bro, quién sabe. También saben cómo se ve cuando el mostré fuera del día. Pero queremos todo, bro. Si hasta Carlos enseñó su bodega. O sea, peor que la bodega no puede estar, bro. Debemos haber escuchado audios de vez en cuando, Vanny. ¡Ah! What? The fuck? ¿Para qué? ¡Ah! Bueno, entonces no tiene sentido seguir. Uy. Bueno, sí. Sí tiene sentido. Que siguen farmeando los otros. Vi lo que mandó. ¿Quién fue? ¿Marco? El Marco a códigos. Si lo piensa en códigos nucleares, es también referencia a Metal Gear Solid. Yo le puse así y no sabía. Yo no sabía que algún día íbamos a jugar Metal Gear. Tuve fe. Emotiza, emotiza. Jesus. ¿Por qué siento que estas grabaciones secretas de Skullface van a durar media hora, Es el concepto art de los postcréditos del PIS. Oigan, si es cierto, hoy es 4 de julio. América. Fuck yeah. De mi natal USA. Felicidad. ¿Qué decirle a Elias? Felicidades, Elias. Feliz cumpleaños de Estados Unidos. Estoy dando los que piensan en el pantano. Tirando el de. El de Malcolm, ¿cómo se llamaba? El que los deja ciegos. Y sus 5 minutos, bro. What the fuck. ¿Y el otro? ¡10! ¡Ah! El Comodo 3000, ándele. Jesus. ¿Qué dijo? Sí.
be seeing a lot more of each other.
If you're close by, then it is almost complete.
We're in the final
Puedo darme cuenta de que
phases.
desde hace
All
como
that's left is to see if I can actually
20 minutos
disable
está
the
al
nuke
revés los audios.
with the help of your metallic archaea.
Los audios del Steam.
Once that's done, I won't have to return here again. And your suffering will end.
GG.
As will your people's.
Ni modo, escucharlo desde el principio, Vanny.
We're almost finished, Code Talker. Each in our own way.
Enemy presence detected.
My only
The map has
regret
been updated.
will be not finishing you.
There's nothing stopping you. I'm only alive because you want me that way.
Enemy
Ridiculous.
presence detected. The map
As you wish.
updated.
My regret is this misunderstanding between us. You and I, our goal is the same. We should be working together. A symbiosis.
Ni modo,
Do not know my mind. I simply want the Diné bloodline to endure.
Really now? You're just another mote in the storm. How you react to all the slings and arrows, that's what counts. That's why you call those squirming monsters your children.
What I have done is forbidden. Forgive me, all of you.
The world should be left the way it is. You of all men should know that.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. You have arrived at your destination.
Prepárense
Forgive
para
me,
mimir.
but my schedule has changed.
The map has been updated.
The time
O sea que no
for
puedo
grace
poner
and good
cámara
manners has
rápida de
now
los
run
audios.
out.
Please. Torture will not work on me. Surely you know this.
A menos
Oh, I
que...
have no intention of getting rough with you. You haven't been beaten. Your hands aren't even tied. Just like me, you live in symbiosis with countless parasites. What wounds I might inflict, they'll patch right up. You might feel considerable pain, but I've no doubt you can withstand it.
Then what do you plan on doing?
I have a soldier standing outside. Nothing special about him, except that he always obeys. I have given him one instruction. Whenever I ring that message is simply, go.
What is this?
After that, the message will arrive at a room. Some of your people are in this room.
Enough of this.
They picked them at random. In that, I suppose, not as... They tied them up, one by one, blindfolded them. We had to maintain order, you understand?
You bastard.
Your parasite.
It won't.
True. The vocal cord parasite doesn't respond to your language. But what about English?
An English strain. It exists.
A ring of this bell, if that person abandons the Navajo language, the English strain will trigger symptoms.
You monster.
So, it's quite simple. Every time I ring the bell, another of your people is infected.
Don't do this.
I don't want to do this. I'd rather not have to ring the bell, which is why I'm hoping you will talk to me.
What do you want? What else could you possibly want?
You know the answer to that. How to prevent the symptoms caused by the parasite.
You cannot control it like some slave. Forget the idea.
Forget it.
Enemy
Unlikely.
detected.
I
The
will
map has
never
been
tell you.
updated.
What have you done?
You made me do that.
You black-hearted.
The map has been updated.
Settle down.
Don't use it again.
Well, that is up to you. All you need to do is tell me what I want. How to prevent the vocal cord parasite symptoms.
Why? Why do you need to know?
Enemy staff assigned. The map has
The
been
adult
updated.
soldiers at Waleamasa are all dead.
What?
The parasite traveled downstream.
How?
Enemy
It would appear
detected.
that he was
The map
involved.
has been updated.
Another demon who woke up from 9 years of slumber. As a result, the vocal cord parasite spread through the village.
I told you this would happen.
It was an unfortunate accident. He is becoming an annoyance. He may stumble upon the truth sooner or later, but I suppose that is really of no consequence. One day, he too will pay for what he has done.
Black Anna. The real demon is you.
You know, this incident made me realize something. You are right. I should have acted with more humility. These creatures cannot be controlled. All the more reason I
¿Me puedo conectar o no?
require a means to stop them.
There is no such way.
Oh, really?
Wait! Don't ring it again.
It is up to you. Out with it.
I see now. There must be
what?
They are in
The map
you.
has been updated.
You use this land to breed more of my children. And not just here.
De
No.
hecho, Sonic.
In pursuit of your ethnic cleanses.
Dijeron, what the fuck?
You sifted
Empezó a
through
entrar un
many
mail.
language strains, finding hosts, breeding more and more.
Para ver,
You would
Sonic.
have been infected in the process. Infected
Pero eso
with
no sería la
countless
true
strains.
Kojima experience.
Most like Romania, northern Transylvania. You found that one too.
Enemy
Black Anna.
What the fuck? ¿Está fornicando?
Is this your retaliation, old man?
Let my people go and never bother them again. You heard me. What now? What? No! What are you doing?
I am not afraid. I probably have every language strain inside of me. Meaning all the world's languages are already lost to me.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been
But that
updated.
suits me fine. If need be, I myself can produce whatever strain is needed.
And that means nothing to you. If you are infected, you can never again speak your mother tongue. Otherwise, you will die. As will every one of your countrymen.
A few words here and there won't trigger the symptoms. And besides, the time is not yet right to show this face in my homeland. Not until my revenge is complete. Now...
Stop!
We're out of time. I have to get going. Well...
No! Radiation. It's radiation.
Radiation, of course. So it can be used.
But how much? I do not know.
Radiation denatures their reproductive cells, preventing them from mating.
Same principle as the sterilization technique. The reproductive cells are more sensitive to radiation than the rest of the body. But I have not tested it. There is no telling what mutation could result, or how the host may be affected, not to mention...
I don't. This plan goes... As long as it works, you wouldn't be lying.
I can get...
I owe you... My body has been burned on countless... That is...
Then do not...
What's that?
In the West, it is said that the Word became... In the East, it is said the man of flesh brings... The people knew that these creatures, they do not... They must not...
Consider this.
What are you?
Catch.
No!
Le aventó la campana.
detected. The map has been updated.
Murieron todos. Hijo de su Pink Floyd.
Enemy presence detected.
Well
The
then,
map has been updated.
I'm afraid it really is goodbye this time, Code Talker.
Bruh. Pasado de rosca, le sacó la información y GG.
Now where did he run off?
There is no soldier.
Now where did he run off to? Guess he wasn't as obedient as I thought.
There never was any soldier.
Lo cayó, basta todavía.
You. How dare you!
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Skullface, real name unknown. Born in Hungary, more specifically northern Transylvania after it reverted to Hungary from Romania. While he was young, the country allied with Germany as part of the Axis powers, but later during the war, it came under Soviet occupation. The Hungarians struggled for independence, but the Soviets came down hard. Just like he said, time and again the country was ruled by a foreign tongue. When he was a young boy, he lost his native language, the bedrock for any developing child. His country, his family, his face, his identity, everything was stolen from him. All he had left was his skull. Skullface first tried his hand at espionage during all the chaos from the war. Agents, military officials, and soldiers who operated out of Hungary during the war vanished over the course of several months. This Soviet spy hunt rocked the counter-intel world. Mysterious fatal illnesses, accidental deaths, drownings, people having strokes behind closed doors. Just like Stalin, no one knew who was behind it. But all you need to do was look for who had the motive. They were all taken out by a man without a face. And now we've got an idea of how he did it too. He'd gotten revenge for his people, but he wasn't finished. Skullface defected to the West, eventually ended up with the SAS. That's where he met Zero. It's possible he began planning this whole thing back then. It's hard to say. In any case, Zero made him his XO. He always did have a thing for oddballs. But this one was set to lead a unit no one else would know about. When Zero created Fox, he also formed XOF as a support team. An unconventional special forces unit designed to support Fox, make it stronger, with Skullface giving the orders. Zero never even told the boss about it, nor the CIA, naturally. If Fox was Zero's silver bullet, XOF was the recoil when he pulled the trigger, just like Newton's third law. While you were with Fox, Skullface was operating behind the scenes, sometimes as your backup, sometimes as a mole or a scout, sometimes as your cleanup crew. Fox's tail, making sure the mission succeeded and that you survived. We only have his word to go on, but Skullface's goal was revenge against those who'd used language to subjugate people. Those corrupting a people's identity by forcing a new tongue on them. Those using the power of language to control information. Naturally, that set his sights on Zero. To Zero, English was simply the most convenient code. But to Skullface, English was a parasite. And by eradicating it, he'd stop the world from being eaten away. If that didn't work, he was ready to see the world scorched by nuclear fire. To save language, culture, and race from annihilation, he was willing to overstep. That is, of course, if you believe anything he had to say.
Boss, we gave Ralph, that kid who died in the accident, a burial at sea.
Burial at
The
sea.
man in charge of that facility has been severely punished. But ever since, the kids have been acting strange. It's obvious they've lost their trust in adults. I was getting reports of them ignoring the staff, or getting insolent and even violent. And a few days later, several of the kids did a disappearing act. They snuck into choppers and shipping containers and got off base. Why?
Os mecos.
Your guess is as good as mine. These kids were born in a war zone and forced to grow up as war fighters. If they're left alone, war is how they'll die. But I thought we showed them there are other reasons to live. I never liked having children on Mother Base. But the thought of them going back to the battlefield and picking up their old lifestyle is something I can't stomach. It makes me think of Chico, 9 years ago. We have to get those kids back.
Fuck Chico.
No, they know too much about our operation. I never expected even the kids to betray us.
Unit dispatched.
Snake, you remember the White Mamba? Of course, he's been going by Eli since we brought him on base. He was the leader of the child soldier unit we took out of that village and into our protection. Well, according to the kids you brought back here, all the escapees were especially close to Eli. There's reason to suspect he's behind all 6 escapes. We've already detained him. I'll be questioning him shortly.
Wait. You'll be?
Ocelot.
You're incapable of taking an impartial stance with those kids. Question them all you want. It'll get you nowhere.
Ocelot, you get too many kicks from your art of interrogation.
It's not a matter of art. It's about quick, minimal strokes of psychological warfare. That's what gets the answers. And it's the best way to keep both questioner and subject safe. The risks only increase the more an interrogation drags on. At that point, it causes as much pain to the inflictor as the inflicted.
Like I said, too many kicks.
What I'm trying to tell you is we need quick results. Otherwise, it'll be too little, too late.
I know that.
And besides, I know the subject. I won't go overboard with a kid.
Forget it. You're not needed. Snake, we'll want to question the other kids too. Be sure to bring them all back.
Bueno, estos no están tan largos.
Snake, about the escaped children. Eli confessed. The way he tells it, they wanted to go back to the battlefield. Don't rob them of their freedom, he said. If you bring them all back, there will be consequences. Next to be asking for our surrender.
Consequences? What consequences?
No idea. That's all I have for now.
You're too attached to those kids. Stop protecting Eli.
Listen to yourself.
Let me question him, and we'll get some real answers.
Not necessary. I'll report as and when.
The map has been updated.
Por lo visto, Sonic no puso atención, pandilla, al final. A la plática del final, después de los... Cuando lo escribí, el Patas te dio una suscripción de regalo. Ese día el mismo día que tú viniste a comentar, solo vengo a comentar que ese mismo día te la dio. Sí, Sonic, ahora que ya está el resubido, vuelve a ver el final. Después de los créditos, ¿ves que siempre ponen un audio de gente hablando? Ahí se explica eso. Dice... Hace 2 semanas. Cuando Carlos comenta algo. What the fuck, miren este TikTok. Like, denle like, comparta.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated. Enemy presence detected.
¿Lo voy a compartir? Al primero sí, a este todavía no. Pero es que aquí no me deja compartirlo. Al mismo tiki-toki. Cuando me pongo en mi celular lo doy. Así. ¡Fium! Así. ¡Fium! ¿No, Nat? Nat.
Boss, we found weapons in the children's section of the living quarters.
No lo sé, Sonic, no lo sé.
Weapons are strictly off limits.
Yo solo sé que no sé nada.
The weapons we found were handmade. Blades ground out of knives and forks, a couple of bow guns built out of scrap, and explosives made using detergents. And get this. The explosives were tightly packed with nails. The kids put the blame on, you guessed it, Eli. I guess that's what he meant by consequences.
I questioned him about it, but this time he claimed they want to be put out on missions. Send us to the battlefield, he says.
Miller,
Nunca mejor dicho,
enough. You've protected him too much already. It's my turn to question him.
Protected?
What Eli's doing is issuing a threat. Comply with my demands or I'll respond with force. But it'll be war at this rate. Forks and soap aren't gonna kill us, but some of them will end up dead.
What the
Is that what you want?
Quedó una caja glitcheada ahí. La vi.
Want to be on the battlefield. It's time you gave up this fantasy.
Eli, he said they'd rise up against us if we bring the last kid back.
There, you see? Ignore his demands. Don't let him return to quarters. That attitude is contagious. We lose control over them for good.
For the time being, we've confiscated those
Fue un
handmade
rato de
weapons.
juego, pero seguíamos escuchando
Security and the
audios.
number of psychiatric counselors. As for Eli,
O sea que técnicamente sí han sido 5 horas de audios.
solitary.
Well, we can't leave him in contact with the other kids. If you won't do
Pero
it,
pues ya
I
lo
will.
último, miren.
Boss, keep working on extracting those kids.
The kids you brought back to base have laid out the
Bueno, vamos al escape de niño 5. Falta 2,
Boss, it's me.
3 minutos, 5
You
minutos,
brought back all. Looking back on it. So when
12
kickstarted
minutos.
the third boy's powers? If we look at the location and time,
de estos puros
The kids you
audios.
brought back to base have laid out the situation. They all escaped to each of their home villages, or were trying to get home and lost their way. Not that homesickness is gonna explain everything we've seen.
Y mira, si le hacemos así.
their home village.
You really think these kids have an armed uprising in?
You read the report of the security team. There'll be a riot if we don't. And Miller, this is because you didn't.
Fine.
Seal off the.
All right.
Eli said his rebellion would start when the last. You better be ready to meet him.
Yeah.
Iban a pelear con los esos.
In the first place.
Boss, they're just... We have a... It's not about feeling protected. I hate kids. That's
Por dos.
exactly what I heard from the people who abandoned me more. That's the spark that kept me going. And I wanted to show those adults what I was made. Wanted to get back at them one day. Before I knew it, never saw it coming. Some adult I turned. But I feel like if my life had been different, if the adults... Yeah, that's it, all right. I wanted to use those kids. That's all this was. From their point of view, I'm no different. When this is all blown over, if that's still possible, boss, there are still kids out there. Bring them back safe.
Boss, it's me. Eli's revealed what he wants to speak with. He just said, bring my father here. Eli's too smart for his own good. No way to tell. All we know for sure is his... That means we can use the escaped kids as leverage in any... Once you brought the last one back, if the kids do rise up, we'll meet them full force. I didn't want things to turn out like this. We could... If Eli means to take this all the way, he's gonna force... Boss, go get that last kid. You know, when you brought back all the child soldiers who escaped, Eli knew they, needless to say, nobody said it.
I guess they got a message to him somehow.
Eli wasn't put in the corner in timeout. He was locked up in that room.
Then how define?
There's only one pot. The Soviet Union has been researching military
Psi.
things like psychokinesis and ESP.
Ah, sí, claro, porque llevaban al diablo, ¿no?
You mean moving objects without touching them? Knowing what cards somebody's holding up? Psychic powers? Come on. I thought that was just another bunch of disinformation aimed at the...
Just bear with me a second. One type of ESP is telepathy. It's the ability to know another person's thoughts through non-verbal means.
You're saying Eli read our minds?
It's the only idea that doesn't involve someone getting to him.
Ocelot.
Look, Psi research isn't some hocus pocus. It's all evidence-based, scientific.
There's gotta be another explanation. Maybe one of the kids stuck a note to your back.
I hope that's the case. But I am convinced that they have, or Eli has, a connection to some force we have yet to identify. You better watch yourself, boss.
How am I supposed to do that?
If he is depending on something for help, well, that's his Achilles heel. If you can figure out what that something is, you might be able to use it against him.
I'll keep that in mind.
Oh, and the medical team is looking after the kids left on Mother Base.
La canción.
For the moment, they don't seem too panicked. But boss, get this. Eli got those kids to plot their armed uprising as a diversion. Also, he could steal Sahelanthropus and escape. That brat got us good. Set us up and knocked us down. And then there's that mystery kid who was with Eli. With those two working together, I'd say things won't be over for a long time yet.
Los cassettes, pandilla. This is it.
We finished decoding the informant's report. That floating kid we've run into a few times now. Looks like he was a test subject in clinical experiments. The Soviets called him the Third Boy. The Third Boy was brought to a lab on the outskirts of Moscow from Czechoslovakia, after which he was due to be sent to a research center. And it doesn't appear that the researchers witnessed we've seen from him, but never his latent cognitive ability. According to the report, the Third Boy was easily influenced by other individuals' biofields. Evil thoughts, in particular. They affected his mind like a virus. Extreme anger or resentment, motives for revenge, in other words.
Aquí explican lo del diablo, porque controla al hombre de fuego y al Sahelanthropus.
The boy was exposed to a powerful mental energy field coming from a certain individual. Ever since, being conscious of his powers, he's become a sort of energy generator. What's unique about him is the way his acute telepathic abilities get taken over by another person's will. The boy began to physically parasitize individuals experiencing extreme anger and codify the host's desires. This includes amplifying the host's natural strengths. Or, in accordance with the host's desires, he can also implant program code in another individual, making them a puppet, essentially. Human neural synapses transmit weak electrical currents between neurons. These electrical currents, the Third Boy is able to pick, contrary to psychotronics, which involves controlling the human mind. The emotions he picks up from another individual are amplified. They turn into microwaves, triggering paranormal phenomena like moving an object without... And one other thing. While he's parasitizing a host, allowing the will of the host, like some annoying... That means he isn't responsible. Somebody's extreme anger has manifested through the Third, which would mean this was going on somewhere around us. Looking back on it, a lot of things make sense now. The man on fire, Sahelanthropus, they both came to life thanks to the Third Boy's powers. Everything has been happening through him. We first saw him in the hospital, the boy parasitizing the man on fire's desire for revenge. He next appeared at the Hamid Fighters Fort, where the honeybee. There, the boy parasitized Skullface. He controlled Sahelanthropus. Same goes for when we extracted. When he appeared at the Devil's House, and Skullface's will controlled. Everything is clear up to. Even the informant couldn't pinpoint who the host was. Sahelanthropus suddenly became. Surely neither of them. Whose will was controlled? According to the emotions transmitted in children's brains affect the cerebral nerves are covered with insulation called. The reason for this leakage has to do with the fact that children's myelin sheaths. So, how many children with a burning desire for? I can think of Eli. We don't know what kind of life he's had, but the resentment he showed, a Third Boy resident, and that means Eli bore the strongest animosity, estimated to be a 3-mile radius, beating out even the Third Boy's probably remained hooked on Eli's anger since. Remember the Devil's House? The Third Boy's ship? That must have been his ego making a... He may possess abilities far beyond it. Maybe them both being kids was enough to bring them together. And if so, maybe with Eli, he isn't feeding off him, but acting in symbiosis with him.
Jesus.
So what kickstarted the Third Boy's powers?
If we look at the location and time that his plane went, when the plane experienced the first anomaly, it gave a due north of the Black Sea. Dead south in the Black Sea is so the plane's position was directly north of the, and this anomaly was reported at the plane was enveloped in flames, the fuselage burnt to ashes. There were no survivors. Your thoughts formed a synchronicity with the boys. That would have been more than enough to trigger his. Your rage was like a big bang in his head. The boy was then secretly moved to the lab outside of Moscow where Volgin was comatose. There, Volgin became the man on fire. His instincts led. Skullface knew Volgin from Operation Snake Eater, or perhaps from even before. Monitoring this pair of extraordinaries, he discovered the Skullface was probably watched. Then, realizing how reacting to Skullface's thirst for revenge, this time, the Volgin, at times driven by personal revenge, at times through Skullface's will. Perhaps there were moments where even your thoughts affect, but without the boy's power, it was like the plug had been pulled from the socket. Everything was powered by. This is how the end of the report sums things up. Both the third boy and the man on fire were originally test subjects of paranormal research, like telekinetically controlling the leader of an enemy nation and making him launch a nuke, or stopping the heart of someone on the wrong side of the Berlin Wall. They were used, and the boy's only crime was being born with unique gifts. Turned into a living weapon, and eventually the only emotion he could feel. Boss, it's you that awakened the boy's powers. But there's more to it than that. I guess the anger emanating from you was something he could truly relate to.
Para pensar. Ya lo escuchamos, ¿no? A ver.
12 hours after exposure to
Este es el
of a symptomatic colleague.
El del men que estaba en la torre.
Making my way up the stairs.
The whole idea of the vocal cord parasites was that they'd only copulate once exposed to a specific language over time. But the parasites infecting our men in the laboratory laid their eggs straight away. The larvae were eating their lung. What kind of mutation was it?
Those who were infected and cured, they were still there. But it is the Wolbachia.
Not the parrot.
You remember I told you the Wolbachia attempts to...
Yes, hence the male to...
Precisely. But other Wolbach cytoplasmic incompatibility, killing them.
Parthenogenesis. Aphids.
Very good. The females lay their eggs without a male present,
Así se...
creating clones of themselves in explosive numbers. Parthenogenesis was originally a means for an organism. Certain strains of Wolbachia forced this.
And that's why our men developed symptoms in the blink of an...
Wolbachia, causing, of course, the Wolbachia I introduced to your men. But I believe the mutation, whatever it was, the Wolbachia we used to prevent egg laying, became the agent of limitless reproduction.
Fíjate.
There's something else. The symptomatic infected, even knowing there was napalm. You said the parasites made the Mac that way.
But parasites altering the hosts long ago. The but even I never foresaw that might...
You mean the research, the bit about...
Yes. Among parasitic worms, there is, as you know, snails preferred but once parasite, and that is not all. The parasitic worms thrust at the snail, meanwhile, frantically wiggles its antennae, the swollen, wriggling antennae.
I don't get it.
It is so they can be... Local chloridium needs a bird as it's to breed. They require their snail host, so they make the humble snail appear to be a delicious caterpillar and lead it to summer.
Yo lo había escuchado en algún momento de The Last of Us.
Was so the birds could pick at them. The parasites altered their mental state. I can only surmise before the ancestors of the... What we saw in the laboratory was some throwback to that time.
Sounds...
A praying mantis that is host to a parasitic hairworm. Just so the hairworm can let rats infected with Toxoplasma gondii lose their instinctive caution and run right up to cats. Just some of the many...
But we're humans. Surely our mind...
I thought just the same. So it never occurred to me that but the mood, the will of a person can be easily affected. Take the Toxoplasma I mentioned.
Enemy presence
it does infect humans, and it is thought
Ah, miren, hay que infectarnos con toxoplasma para ser temerarios, como la banda.
But to think that mutations occurred in both the
Como que así se formaron los temerarios.
parasite hosts.
Your observation is most apt.
Both, I see. Keep working on narrowing down what it was.
I want to thank you, Code Talker. Your pinpointing the cause of the vocal cord parasite's mutation enabled us to purge an enemy from Mother Base.
You mean that scientist?
Yeah, he was never on our side, so ultimately there was, and yet I made everyone distrustful with my talk of spies. The end.
You must not blame yourself.
You know, we defeated Skullface. It's a pain we'll never be rid of. I see that now. But I thought I could burn it away.
Infectious diseases, parasites, developing allergies, the same is true.
You're right.
But I do not my desire to retaliate against the English language is what attracted me. Had it not been for that, we both allowed revenge to crawl into...
Sahelanthropus will unleash that thirst onto the future. How long are we gonna be...
There is no choice but to live with that pain. Be whatever we do, we must not allow that thirst for revenge to control us.
Los últimos 9, pandilla. What the fuck? No puedo creer que haya 9 aquí. Bueno, los últimos 9 que tengo desbloqueados.
Sun will set shortly.
Hacer la guía con el dorado de la esquina. Pues ya casi acabamos, bro, ya. Acabamos y a la goma. A ver, Sonic, ¿qué mandó Sonic? Mandó un video, a ver. Mi video.mp4.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
A ver, otra vez. Este va para TikTok. Ghost. ¿Están listos, pandilla, para los últimos audios? Porque yo no.
How are you back on your feet so quickly?
There's a non-smoking ward.
Boss.
If I listened to everything the doctors said, I'd probably die in here. No point waking up after 9 years for that.
Well, having you out of that bed makes things a little easier.
Momentos paranormales.
Things are looking worse.
Solo lo vieron los que están aquí.
They found out.
Disfrutando los audios.
And the man on fire picked this time to wake up too. We'll have to move forward ahead of schedule. Miller already has the preparations underway. We'll have to wake up your neighbor too.
So he's not.
Así es, Sonic.
He seems awake now.
No. Well, he's not actively conscious yet, at least.
He was a doctor too.
In his mind, that past no longer exists. Your past is his past now.
Yo creo que mañana hacemos un día de Fortnite, ¿no? Para descansar.
He'll act as the new big
de
boss. The act just isn't
Murder.
for Cypher. He'll be your face on the world stage. Until the time comes for your research.
You make it
Y
sound
ya luego empezamos con el
Busy
4.
over the last 9 years. His altered state of consciousness has helped us implant powerful suggestions through induced hypnagogia. He's experienced
Pero
all
toma
your
listo.
missions on record and shares all your knowledge and experience to make him believe that he is the one true big boss.
Que no sean skins de Solid
No one
Snake y el de
around
Big
him will
Boss por el
doubt that
Ramírez
he's the
3.
big
Bueno,
boss
fuera,
they
bro.
know. So is he the real big boss or a stand-in?
Ya puedo verlo. Sacan las skins y cada una 2000, bro.
The human brain is capable of many illusions.
2000 y sin cosas extra. La pura
of the
skin.
future. What happens from here depends on his skill. You can vouch for that.
Y 1800 las cosas extra, ¿no? Las mochilas y así.
9 years ago in that helicopter, he threw himself between you and the blast. In that
Una
moment,
partida
the man
rellenamos
you
del
knew
4.
died. He died protecting you. And now, by becoming you, he protects you again. This is just a detour in his journey to hell. And don't forget, it's what he wanted. He's in his dog days now. It's not just him. We'll be putting the people in this hospital. They'll be your shield and necessary. And you? I'll be right. Can you keep it up? It's a hell of a lie. It won't be a lie. I'll believe that he's the real big boss. I'll have no conscious knowledge of you.
Ah, mira, aquí es donde explica que Ocelot se autohipnotizó para que funcionara las mentiras.
But that's not all. When the time is right, I need to remember that you're the real boss. In a world, it's double think. In this year, 2 + 2 = 5. And I want you to do the same.
Oh,
right.
2 + 2 = 5.
It won't be long before this hospital comes under attack. We'll wake him up right away.
Que decía yo no recuerdo
You'll need to take him through his
que eso lo dijera en algún otro juego, porque es de este juego.
All right.
O sea,
John, I've never forgotten you in these 9 years, but I have to forget you now. Adam, I'm counting on you.
Le dijo, lo dijo.
What's up? About the 1972 project. Les Enfants Terribles. You never did like the French. All that Catherine the Great aristocratic pompousness gets to me.
De hecho, Marco, what the fuck. Por eso te vieron, el proyecto Los Infantes Terribles es del 72. Entonces, deben de tener como 12 años. Los tilinos.
That's all. Palace talk. They can keep it. Les Enfants Terribles. That madness Zero started. Or the start of his madness. You found out something new? The plan itself was abandoned in 76. ATGC dismantled the project, and their account with DARPA was closed. So I was worried about what happened to you. Your sons. They're no sons of mine. And they're sure as hell not me. Just a bunch of cells grown in a lab? What they are is much sicker than that. Well, Zero doesn't think so. Eva doesn't either. To them, those boys are your clones. They're you, down to the last hair. And? The first boys were raised free range, like we thought. Both of them. David has never left the States, but the other, Eli, has disappeared. Might as well call it abandoned. They're through with him. Where is he? He was in England, Zero's home ground. Apparently, he traveled to Africa after that, but that's where he escaped from Zero's care. Just like that. Why? Who knows? Maybe he found out about his birth. If he's alive, he'd be 11 or 12 by now. Old enough to think and act for himself. So he might still be alive? On his own, there? I wouldn't bet on it. John, if he is alive, what's the plan? I have nothing to say to him. Treat him like a human being, just another person. Boss, this war business you and Miller started. Since the industry spread out to the PFs, it may have a favorable influence on Cypher. To a ruler, an everlasting enemy is convenient. By directing the public's animosity outside his borders, he could unify their frame of mind. Guns for hire continue the war, then enrich the economy with their spoils. War as a business will become a permanent tool for manipulating the public mind. A new business model. You might even call it a war economy. Before long, Cypher, or rather the Patriots, will be drawn to this. Probably only a few decades before it takes hold. It's not far off at all. Still no leads on Zero. The protocol he put in motion's making every day SIGINT's web covers a little bit more of the globe. Total information control. Big Brother Zero. And it'll happen before anyone even realizes. I don't like it. You're the big brother of the battlefield. You've earned a firm grip on the world. But soon, Zero will have nations in his.
Big Boss para latinoamericano. Primero no lo reconoce, pero que ya cuando tiene edad para reclamar la pensión alimentaria empieza a ser más cercano.
He'll erase the Cold War. All war from people's minds. And with it the world's borders.
Y de hecho en el 4
influence will be unleashed. with nothing to stem the tide. When that happens, opposition will no longer match the lines on the map. And boss, with no borders left, what difference can we make? War will have lost any true meaning. Just one more gear keeping the wheels of economy turning.
Son importantes porque son básicamente de lo que va a tratar el 4, según tengo entendido.
That's all there is in store. Perhaps it's already too late. But human will should only be handed down and nurtured by human hands. It can't be entrusted to the system, especially not that soulless phantom that Zero's left in his wake. No matter what happens, we'll have to fight someday to reclaim our truth. Until next time, Big Boss.
Big Boss.
Someone has successfully
Ya lo
struck
escuchamos.
Zero.
Da falta 6 minutos, brother. Le hacemos rápido, ¿no?
Over here.
Hello?
Not there. Here.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Ya ves, Yami, ya ves.
Thank you for coming. Please.
You're...
Enemy presence
Is it
detected.
that odd?
The map has
I
been
suppose the
updated.
cuffs have gotten a bit loose. Although, truth be told, I have been spending more time in pajamas as of late.
No.
Le cambiaron la voz al 0. Tenía una voz chida en el 3, pero ya cuando se la cambiaron ya no está tan chida.
The tie, perhaps. Not the most fashionable pattern, I admit.
No, it is very nice.
How sweet.
Mira esa
Will you
bolsa, es
take a little
paz.
brandy? You're hardly underage, after all.
No, thank you.
Please, sit. Pacifica Ocean.
Seguramente Sonic.
What?
Ah, yes. You've already begun. Not bad. A schoolgirl through and through. Even he won't suspect otherwise. Here you are.
Thank you. I heard you were sick?
Poppycock. I just like to take a little
Poppycock.
time off work.
You?
You must feel that way sometimes.
Well...
Anyway, I could hardly greet my first guest from that damned bed.
I, missed my chance to catch you snoring.
Now I'm twice as glad I got ready in time. Drink before it gets cold. English breakfast tea. All I have, I'm afraid.
Has been updated.
There were 8 candidates before you, meaning you will be the 9th Paz Ortega Andrade.
Andrade.
What happened to the others?
They're in the next room. They've been taking it easy these past few months.
Sí, lo escuchamos también, ¿no?
Enemy presence detected. The map
O a mí me suena ya haberlo
Do you see
escuchado.
any windows here?
No?
I've gotten used to it, this life. I am who I am, after all, and I've had my fill of cursing this bloody dungeon. Excuse me. But I can't help sometimes wishing I could see the stars. What should I do?
Well, you could go outside, go up to the roof, wait for the clouds to pass. You would have a view of Manhattan, and a pretty one too. But once the wind blows and the clouds pass, you can look up and see a sky full of stars. Even here.
The map has been updated.
You've had a hard time getting to where you are.
Yes.
Sewer rats lead better lives. I know. Extreme training, starvation, days spent without sleep, abandoned, hurt, and all but some of your compatriots, others betrayed you, and you did the same. But through it all, you survived. Just look at you. I can see everything you've...
Yes.
Consider this mission a reward for the mountain you've climbed.
Thank you.
Yes. You know what's next?
Yes.
And you are prepared?
Yes.
I believe you. Not the type you'd get on the West Coast. If I didn't know better, I'd say you really did grow up around the equator. But it runs deeper than that. One look at you, and I see a wide-eyed student. Yeah, I can see it all. How much preparation?
A little.
You'll be perfect for this, to strike back at Snake. I'll share everything I know about him. But you mustn't forget who you're dealing with. If he were to get the better of you, well, I deeply regret having put you in that position. But beyond that, I'm putting my life in your hands.
You can trust me, Cypher.
Lo dijo.
None of my friends call me that. Tea's gone cold. Shall I make some more?
I know we are the only ones here. There's no one in the other room.
And how do you know that?
You said I was your first guest.
Oh, I haven't had this much fun in quite a while. All right, then.
No entendí el final.
Cypher's been in hiding ever since his grand experiment.
7 minutos!
All we hear are orders delivered by proxy. Except you met with him, face to face, in order to contact
Creo que este
Big
es
Boss.
de los que venían en Ground Zeroes.
Tell me
Suena
where
a.
he is. Where is Cypher? Where is Zero? I've never known where I was born. I've never had the freedom to choose for myself. But you, right now, do as you will.
This will save Big Boss.
It may.
Will you really kill Zero for me?
Not for you.
Oh. ¿Cómo la utilizó, bro?
Zero is Hell's Kitchen, 10th Avenue.
En Hell's Kitchen, miren, como el...
Undergoing treatment there.
El...
Not
¿Cómo se llama?
exactly Hyde Park.
El Daredevil.
His medical needs keep him from moving around. The other residents are of varying. It took him 10 years. He's got places.
No better place to hide a needle.
Zero, a room with no windows and no door. Officially, the only access from 7 or
Shades of World War II.
nobody realizes the entire people go, but their building blends. They disseminate rumor that keeps small, and most of them are there as but if foot traffic, goods coming in, it is all monitored remote. Should he need, there's a sealed off water conduit that can be
El río
used to
Hudson.
escape to the hut from the outside.
So the Major believes zero suspicion equals total security. Very. It's just the kind of ruse I'd expect. So long as no one's suspicions are aroused, you could hide there.
Como las
forever.
tortugas ninja.
On the other hand, and he's so paranoid about information slipping out, that ignorance is the downfall of a need to know. The pitfalls are clear. Circumventing them.
You hate him.
Hate? He never left me to die. I owe him. I'm bound to reap anyway. But that's not what you really want to know. What you want... I don't hate the man. I do deserve a little more of his gratitude. But he probably has no idea who I am. So you see, I have no reason to hate him at all. I mean to have my revenge. It's not petty hate, nothing so even the hottest lava eventually cools, and that mountain becomes scalding steam comes back down as rain. It's then that nature's... Now I'm merely a just like Zero, and you. And...
Don't do it!
that lava, that vengeance, is already set as stone. Too late to change things now.
Don't kill him!
The choice is not mine to make.
Please, let Big Boss live!
Estaba enamorada.
Please.
her still.
It's me.
Ocelot. It's been quite a while.
Yeah, I'll say. Took a lot longer for you to surface than I expected, Major.
I wasn't planning on coming back at all, but I had no choice.
Well, after the Caribbean.
My hunch was proven right. You wouldn't believe who was behind it.
Oh, I have an idea. How did you respond?
Immediate disinformation campaign. Most bought into the story, but not everyone. It was quite an incident, after all. I couldn't cover everything, but I did hide the fact that Snake survived. And that should buy us some time.
Where is he?
En route to an old foxhole of mine. A base in the British sovereign area of Cyprus.
The military hospital at...
Oh, fuck.
Ava's leading the operation.
Ava? Following your orders?
Funny, isn't it? That we should all reunite like this.
This is an emergency. Otherwise, I sure as hell would...
Yes, I don't expect you to bury the hatchet between us. Something simply won't ever happen. Even I can appreciate that. You too can only bear to speak with me from time to time. That's fine. But I don't want Snake to die. Surely we can come together on that. There are so few men I can turn to. And you're number one, Ocelot. Keep him hidden. Keep him safe. But I'll stay where I am and leave the rest to you. That's how...
Nada más para reconocerla fácilmente, Sonic. Pero Eva nunca fue Eva como tal.
He'd want it too.
Isn't it better for you to be there to supervise?
Where I am, where he goes, it makes no difference. All that matters is getting him the very best treatment and security. The latter being where you come in. Will he wake up? And if so, when? I have absolutely no idea.
La verdad es que no lo han dicho eso, Sonic. Yo me lo imagino.
He will keep fighting. So please.
O bueno, yo no recuerdo que lo hayan dicho ya.
This location. It's safe.
No one will find him. And if they try, I will deal with them. The information must be suppressed.
Which is what you do best. Guess you're still at the top of your game, huh?
Anything but.
¿Le traigo a Kojima?
Donald's taken over a great deal. He'll be handling this situation from here on as well. Though I wish it weren't so. This will probably be the last time you and I speak. So, you won't say no, will you?
I have no choice.
Thank you.
Save your thanks.
One more thing. A proposition.
Yes.
I've prepared a ruse of sorts. One I imagine you'll quite like.
What is it?
You could say I've made another Snake.
¿Nani?
Major.
I'm not talking about the children.
¿Nani?
A mental copy.
El nosotros.
If you like.
Básicamente.
I don't understand.
You will when you get to Cyprus. I've set the ball in motion, but the rest is in your hands. You're good at this
El
kind
Venom
of thing.
Snake se refiere.
The best. I need you on this.
If it's in his best interests.
I assure you, it is. Look after Snake. He's the toughest son of a bitch I've ever known. Yes, it's me. You weren't in hospital long. I had trouble finding you. Where is he? Safe. But in the same state as when you last saw him. We've had our misunderstandings, you and I. But as you've made clear, our relationship is strictly business. Therefore, I will limit this conversation to the business at hand. Please understand that I don't dislike you. Not inherently.
Where is Snake?
No. Settle down, or I'll have to hang up. And then you never hear from me again. Do you understand? First, about your boss. I had him moved once he was stabilized. I'm sure it came as quite a shock to you when you woke up.
You'll have to forgive me.
I told them to stop putting me under.
Surely you understand. Specialized medical treatment in places like that can be positively nightmarish. We couldn't have left him there forever. And to be honest, I was entirely comfortable leaving matters in your hands. Don't take it the wrong way. Anyone looking for him would be looking for you. He needs to be as far from you as possible.
Tienes razón.
In fact, I'm still not sharing his location, even now.
Uy.
Problems could arise. So instead, I'm giving you a point of contact. An introduction to a network of messengers who will lead you to a man. A friend to your boss. I'm sure he's mentioned him before. He knows Snake's location. More than any man alive, I trust him with this sort of thing. Keeping secrets, or men in the dark. He's known Snake quite a while. 10 years longer than you. Kazuhira, I don't care if you don't trust me, but I require your absolute trust in him on this. Snake will be brought back into this world, however long it takes. Understood? The only reason we're having this conversation is because you still have a role to play. Which brings me...
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
After he regains consciousness. When Snake wakes up, and he will, he'll need your help again. So when he does, I promise you'll be the first to know. The code phrase will be, V has come to. I'll then mobilize all the necessary parties. Think of it as an overture to a prologue. Until then, do what you like. Just be ready when the time comes. But you don't need me to tell you that, do you? I know it's been hard on you too, but I can't imagine you're willing to just walk away.
What are you talking about? If what you're saying is true, then this is like wrapping a rope around your own neck and throwing...
He's coming too. Roger that.
What's your plan in all this?
This is for Snake. So that he survives after he wakes up. Nothing more. After that, I don't care what you do.
Then tell me something.
Go on.
I only joined you after I found out what you were after. To make the world one, you need Snake for that.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
So on some level at least, I think you're being straight with me. Then why'd you do that to him? I get what you were trying with Paz. You wanted to get Snake any way you could. But after that...
He's coming too. Roger that.
How could you do that to him?
After that wasn't me. You may not believe this, but I never intended for any of this to happen. My organization has many arms. It's...
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Before we're all on the same page. I admit, I may have been lax in my supervision, but something like that will not happen again.
Whatever. One day, I'll know the truth. Just as soon as the boss wakes up. And then we're coming after you. This ends with you begging us to put you out of your misery.
Is that so? Fantasy can make for a powerful ally. But remember this reality, Kazuhira Miller. Big Boss will wake up. And when he does, be there for him.
Major, I wondered whether you'd really call.
Exer, I presume this was your doing?
Do you like my gift?
I've been searching a long time for this.
It is what you were looking for, yes.
He's coming too.
The winged
Roger that.
figure of a comrade lost to the sands of Egypt. He served under the boss back in Rayforce. I delivered this pin to her after his death. We were both so very young. From that moment on, she never let it leave her side.
Thinking of using C4? That radio transmitter is used to relay messages between outposts. Take it out and the mission's complete.
How about the back? She was still
She never let it leave her side.
She was still carrying it in Selenoyarsk. How about the back? Something wrong, Major?
Good work. You've completed your objective. Now get out of the hot zone.
The scar is there, just as I remember it. And this white stitching on the back. From the White Berets the SAS wore in the early days.
Major?
30th of December, 1941. It's the inscription I made the day he died.
Of course.
His body was never recovered. This pin badge
No me doy
is the
cuenta que dura
closest thing
9
he
minutos.
has to a gravestone. When I gave it to her, she just kept on running her finger. Never again. She pressed hard. You see, it's why this spot on the back look. He was our brother in.
So.
Yes, it's real.
Good.
What do I?
Nothing. Just want to talk for.
Very well then.
It's about our man, Major. He's been.
Miller? Yes, I know.
Yes, and up to his own.
No matter. He'll. And that's what.
Not exactly. You see, my being here has made me realize.
How so?
This country is rich with biological resource, bacteria, nematodes. I'm sure we can find something here to bring that planet.
Forget it. The Cleanser Project was just another one of my predecessor's daydreams.
And the vocal cord parasites?
Well, an excellent test case for reverse evolution. Nothing more. What matters now is the genetics technology. With genetics, the clumsiness in targeting an entire race isn't an issue. No need to breed multiple generations of parasite. Don't be... Once the Cold War is over, our enemies, using humans alone, an electronic network will span the globe. And...
You may be right. But will men want to feel righteous, need to see the evil? Without it, they'll turn their aggressions inward. You know.
I see what you're saying. Just as those robbed of their parasites develop allergies and autoimmune diseases, a man robbed of his enemy develops self-destructive tendencies. And I know all the symptoms. Ethnic conflict, religious, and with asymmetrical conflict. That's why we must depend on it. People need an appropriate context, a context that's stimulating. Without that balance is...
You mean to say people will blindly accept your context?
If we're to unite the world, literacy must be suppressed. To suppress...
Immunity, but to ensure there's no allergic reaction, while the immune system fights off
It's done, Exo. This world will become one. I have found the world that the boss envisioned will finally become a reality. Race, tribal affiliations, national borders... The nature of communication itself will...
Some things can't be undone. There's no taking...
A face means nothing when one's soul...
I have no intention of hiding. I wear my broken visage, this skull in the open, so that I may...
You. What are you...
The chain of retaliation is what will... Major.
You son of a... The pin. You...
Yes, the pin.
Le dio cum.
It's too late. They can't extract it. You see, Major, some things can't be undone.
How did you find me? The girl. You made her talk.
I'm sorry I couldn't visit or thank you in person, but it has been lovely chatting. And now that I know you're no longer interested in the garden, it's time for you to step
Le mandó una
aside.
quesadilla de queso. Pero resulta que no era queso, era un manga.
Lots to do, so I've left you a little time.
Go to hell. How dare you? You planned this at your own agenda. All these...
Now you see.
But
You've been wrong.
You're no... Just none of you understand the world she saw.
I would say the same to you, Major. The boss said the same. Only I understand. Major. Oh, and one more thing. That pin badge, it was a fake.
Bruh.
I held on to the real one.
I'll take good care of it. And continue the boss's work.
Dame, Dane. Así va a decir ahorita.
Jack.
Cumeado, mi brother. Cuando te equivocas, agarra leche entera en lugar de ese. Último audio, pandilla. Let's go.
Go.
I almost thought you wouldn't come.
Well, you're supposed to visit hospital before you die.
Pensé que iba a ser menos, pandilla.
How did you get here?
Pero así fueron 6 horas. Pensé que iba a ser menos, porque hay varios que ya escuchamos. Aunque los que escuchamos no eran tan largos. Supongo que fue por eso.
But the rest was easy. Still, I've had smoother rides. Oh, look. Scalded myself with my tea. I won't be staying long.
I understand.
Which one is he?
On the right.
And the left?
We did just as you instructed.
Has either of them awoken?
Neither of them, no.
Not once?
Not in 2 years. Their weekly EEGs show stable activity levels. There's been practically no change.
Sun will
Jack.
rise momentarily.
Jack? It's me. You look fit to run a country mile.
Every 4 hours, we move all of their muscles, subject them to load. They're stable, but eventually...
Yes, of course.
We've done everything we can to ensure they're ready to move, should they wake up. Still, it's been a pretty long time. How long will they be here?
Indefinitely. It's too dangerous to move them. And so far, no one knows they're here.
I see.
I am most grateful to you. And I need you to keep it up.
We'll do everything we can.
Can you give us a moment?
Of course.
Y de repente empieza a
Jack, can you hear me? Nice place, isn't it? I went to a lot of trouble bringing you here. Here where no one will find you. Still, the Ocelot's on guard duty, just in case. Maybe knowing that will help you sleep better. I had no intention of coming, but... This could be my last chance. If you'd just come to see me first.
Como Tidus, ¿ya viste, digo, no?
Do you remember the last time I visited you in hospital? Our first mission together. After the boss threw you in that river.
Yo me acuerdo, yo me
arm.
acuerdo.
Ah, the good old days. I never told you this, but I had another team at my disposal back then, with a very special man leading it. Maybe he didn't like the arrangement. In any case, this man, he seems to have done something.
Ya está pestoso el boss, miren. Ya le salieron las moscas.
I'm quite sick myself. up here. There's nothing they can do. I always was the forgetful type, as you know. I'm all right for now, but they say it's a one-way street.
All right, you're out of the hot zone.
Oh, fuck.
No enemy forces in pursuit. Mission complete.
Y en lo más sad del cassette, bro.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Mission complete. That was...
No. Vamos como a la mitad, ¿no?
Go.
Clouds approaching.
To a lot of trouble bringing you here. Here where no one will find you. I went to a... Can you hear me?
Of course.
Can you...
Of course.
No, después.
Broke your arm. Ah.
Después.
I always was... I'm...
Un poquito más.
I don't mind about if you don't... I'm all right for now, but they say it's a one-way street. If you don't wake up soon, I won't remember you when you do.
De hecho, Saul.
I don't mind about myself, but what he did to you, I can never forgive. I've sent him to Africa, and I doubt he's coming back. Jack, once your little holiday here is over, well, who knows when that will be? But anyway, I probably won't be around. I'll be somewhere even you can't find me. A tombstone chiseled into the code of the ship.
Roger.
That is all I leave to mark my existence. Wake up soon, old friend. Time is running short.
Silencio.
This is Pequod. Arriving shortly at LZ.
Audios no more.
This is Pequod. On station at LZ.
Vamos a regresar a Mother Base para ver la escena de Snake cochino que le echan su balde de agua, ¿no? Escuchémoslo otra vez. Vamos a escuchar los que nos perdimos porque no cambié los audios, ¿no? Yo digo. Me quito los guiones de pantalla. ¿Cuántos fueron? No. No, pero era chiste, bro. Era chiste. Ah, miren. Y ya está el servidor. Justo, miren. Ah, no es cierto. Ah, se la creyeron. Y...
Please select a heading to Mother Base.
¿Fueron ese el de la esquina de allá? ¿Y hay servidor? Me equivoqué, no había servidor.
Nice work today, boss.
Welcome back, boss. Another successful mission.
Pestosito.
Great to see you safe, boss.
Al para milaneso, sí. Míralo.
Snake, you stink.
Quiet no more. Y Marco nos engañó, pandilla. Ni un solo audio chistoso.
Need combat support, boss? See the word. Boss, how about developing something?
Ah, sí, ya sé que puede regresar Quiet, pero... Qué flojerón, ¿no? Pasar 7 veces su misión. Pero ya saber que este boss no es el boss. Es el boss para mí, bro. Eres el que perdió todo, bro. Si lo piensas. Pues ya. Aquí le dejamos. Ahorita resubo este y le pongo la la miniatura que hicimos. Entonces tenemos un N interior, en especial el boss. Me gustaría ver si ya realmente escuché todos los cassettes de información. Sé que todavía no tengo todos los cassettes porque me faltan de estos de acá. Y tal vez me faltan de música. Pero no sé. ¿Es fuerte Naked Snake o Venom Snake? Pues son iguales, bro. Pero a ver, que Naked haga esto. ¡Haidara! No, ¿verdad? Pero a ver, que Venom aprenda a nadar.
Snake, talk to me! Snake!
No, ¿verdad? Ahí está el detalle. Un último intento. When heavens divide. A lo mejor tiene relación del Solid, pero no lo sabemos. De hecho, no, porque está todo defectuoso. Se vuelve viejito joven. Viejito joven, joven viejo. Como la canción.
Staff assigned.
Turu, tu, turu. Turururu.